Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who Trump nominated as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. Man. All right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. All right, it's day 2 of the Iranian war, and it is getting wild out here. I mean, we took out the Ayatollah. He's gone. They're thinking about who's going to be his successor. And as a vengeance, Iran has vowed to strike all these Muslim countries, and they're striking innocent civilians and all this crazy stuff because in their belief, we took out a school full of girls. So let's get right into it with CNN, because there's a lot to get into and more information coming in by the minute. All right, let's go.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed as a result of those Israeli strikes that took place earlier today. One of these sources saying that Israel actually has photographic evidence of Khamenei showing his dead body. The second source told me that an official announcement is in the works, although it is possible that the Israelis will allow President Trump and the United States to make this announcement officially. But this is enormous breaking news here, that the Israeli government is confirming that the supreme leader of Iran was killed in Israeli strikes earlier today. This is a day that many Israeli government officials have hoped would come eventually. It is also, we should note, a day that many Iranian dissidents, Iranian protesters had hoped would eventually come.
Because right now what's going on in Iran is that, well, we got people celebrating, you know, in their houses and all that good stuff. And then there are those in the streets that is mourning Khomeini's death. So, and like I said, they vowed revenge. Right now they're striking all Muslim countries, and they've promised to go 10 times harder. So we'll see where that gets them. But yes, as of right now, it has been confirmed that Khomeini has been killed.
And indeed, it has come now, and it is an earth-shattering moment for the Middle East and for the future of Iran. We should note, however, that the supreme leader's death is not necessarily indicative of the Iran regime collapsing altogether. This regime is not based off of one person alone.
That is so true. A lot of people was thinking that, oh, well, when he's gone, that means everything falls apart, right? War over. Well, no, that's actually wrong. Sadly, he got grandsons, he got successors, okay? Religious successors and family successors that can take Khomeini's place, and they're deciding who's going to be right now, I believe, as they're striking, Muslim countries in civilian areas, by the way, but we'll get into that later.
alone. It is a system that is multi-layered, and we know that the supreme leader understood very well that he could potentially be targeted for assassination should the United States and Israel choose to carry out massive strikes on Iran as they did today. And in recent weeks and months, he has been preparing for potential lines of succession should that actually take place. Now, we are still waiting, of course, for any confirmation from the United States as well as to the supreme leader having been killed. But two Israeli sources familiar with the matter telling us now that the supreme leader was killed in Israeli strikes today. One last note on this is that we have also been hearing about the division of labor between the United States and Israel as it pertains to these strikes. U.S. officials have been very clear that their strikes have been focused on military targets, and that the strikes targeting senior Iranian leaders, such as the supreme leader, were being conducted by Israel and not by the United States. Ultimately, that may very well be a distinction without a difference, given the high level of coordination between the United States and Israel in preparing and carrying out these strikes. But this is obviously an enormous moment in the Middle East, something that we anticipated could potentially be a target of any Israeli or U.S. strikes on Iran. And indeed, now not only a target, but
I mean, strikes are still going on right now as they're still coming in. Like I got one right here for you guys. Yeah, and these are people cheering about it. Yeah, this is in Tehran, I believe, actually. So, yes, strikes are going on in Tehran, Israel, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Dubai. The whole Middle East is getting hit. Like, it's actually crazy out here.
Confirmed by Israeli sources that the supreme leader of Iran is dead.
Indeed, big news out of the Middle East, the potential to reshape.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
So many dynamics there. But again, as Jeremy notes, not a straight line to regime change. This is a piece of it, but it is a big piece of it. This is enormous news. Jeremy, I want you to stand by because we have seen those missiles that have been coming to Israel throughout the day. So stay with us. I do want to bring Jim Sciutto back in. Jim, this is very big news. And again, Jeremy, it is. And so help people understand, contextualize for them that what this means, that Iran's supreme leader has been killed in these strikes by the U.S. and Israel.
These strikes
and the death of the supreme leader has caused negative reverberations throughout the Middle East. Sadly, there are people who, I guess, Shia Muslims who are actually going out there and going after the our U.S. embassies. It's happening in Iraq, Afghanistan, and other Muslim countries as well, where they're going after the U.S. embassy. And there's already been reported deaths around U.S. embassies because I mean, of course we're going to shoot back at them. Of course, I can't be mad at that. But all right, though, let's get back into it.
Are now officially decapitation strikes, right? Strikes that were intended via Israeli military action, to be clear, to take out Iran's most senior leadership. And the man you see there, Ali Khamenei, is Iran's most senior leader with enormous, certainly political power in that country, but also religious authority in that country, the structure.
Oh, God, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Of Iranian government being that, yes, it has a president elected, but the supreme leader lies at the top of the government. And that is that man you see speaking there, which Israeli sources are now telling CNN was killed in these strikes. Again, to my point earlier, Jessica, prior to this morning, there'd been an enormous amount of speculation as to just how far, one, the U.S. was willing to go, but Israel as well, if they were striking together. And now we know they were willing to go as far as taking out Iran's most senior leader. Now, we had reported earlier that he was not the only target of these strikes, that other senior military and other leaders in Iran were targeted. We don't know their status at this point, but as as we reported earlier in the day, Israeli officials were becoming more confident over time today that they had hit at least some of their targets. Listen, in Iran, does that mean that suddenly there will be a new government, a new leader, one friendlier to the U.S.? No.
No.
An enormous network and structure of leadership and power remains in that country, military, economic, political, and otherwise. But to take out the supreme leader is a significant change. And of course, the question is, how far does that change go? Does it weaken the government to the degree that the government collapses? Does it weaken it to a degree that the protesters that we saw take on this government quite bravely in recent weeks are inspired to go out into the streets again, right? I mean, that's what President Trump would.
No, that might not be the best idea for the protesters because, like I said, the protesters, they're celebrating, inside their house and in safe areas. Right now, there are people, like hundreds of thousands of people in the streets mourning Khomeini's death right now. Like right here, I got you. This is Iran right now. Yes. And they spent the whole night mourning this guy in front of the same mosque. It was wild. I was like, God damn, they still mourning. They mourned for like almost 24 hours in a huge crowd like that. Like, Jesus. Like, I'm actually happy he's gone, but here's the problem. It didn't solve the problem of knocking out the regime because he has many others to take his place. And we'll get into that.
Was encouraging them to do explicitly in a statement this morning. Now, that's quite a risky proposition, given that government retains enormous power, and they showed they were willing to use it to deadly extent in the many thousands of protesters that they killed in recent weeks. Those are still the open questions, but we have one question answered. Was Israel willing to go so far as to take out the supreme leader of Iran? And the answer is yes, and they had success doing so.
Right. And now the big question is what comes next? Jim Sciutto, stand by. I want to bring in Barak Ravid, CNN political and global affairs analyst. He's also a global affairs correspondent at Axios. Barak, I know you spoke with President Trump earlier today. Again, if you are just joining us, our breaking news is that Iran.
But all right, though, let's talk about what mainstream media won't tell you. All right, though. And like I said, guys, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to engage with it. Just $2 and up in the super chat. Appreciate the support. Or if you're on Rumble, you already know, just $1 for a Rumble rant. All right, though, to the next video. Let's go ahead and stop off at our guys at Al Jazeera.
Authority. Well, the supreme leader is Iran's highest authority. He's chosen by the Assembly of Experts. That's 88 clerics who are elected by the public every 8 years. There's always been much speculation over who the next supreme leader might be. Ayatollah Khamenei himself was a surprise choice and not one of the frontrunners at the time. Now he needs to be replaced. Here are some of the potential candidates. Mujtaba Khamenei is Ayatollah Khamenei's second eldest son. While he holds no formal position, he wields immense influence. He was a top aide to his father and said to have strong ties to the Revolutionary Guard. But he would be a controversial choice, seen as a hereditary handover. Alireza Arafi is the director of Iran's religious seminaries and Friday prayer leader of Qom, the country's seminary capital. Khamenei had repeatedly appointed him to senior positions. Mohammad Mahdi Moghareri is a ultra-hardline cleric and key figure in the front of Islamic Revolution stability political groups. Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejei is also a potential candidate. He's been Iran's chief justice since 2021. And finally, Hassan Khamenei, the grandson of Ayatollah Khamenei, the first supreme leader. He's a reformist and a prominent political figure in Iran. Well, Al Jazeera's correspondent Rachel Surdar has reported Iran.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure these guys are on the kill list. Of course, Khomeini's grandson is in here as well. They want him up out of there. These are all of Khomeini's potential successors. So unless Israel and the United States knock out these guys, well, the regime is still in place. And it does look like they actually planned for this, but it makes sense. Makes sense.
Well, Al Jazeera's correspondent Rachel Surdar has reported extensively from Iran. He joins us in the studio now to unpack the latest developments. So, confirmation the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Tell us what impact this is now having on the country, and what's this likely to do in terms of where the war goes from here, from Iran's military response.
I think here at the end of the day, regardless of his death, Iranians have been quite clear that even if the US strikes are limited, Iran's response is going to be like a full-fledged war. And the reason for that is there has been lots of Iranian policymakers that believe that after October 7th, 2023, Iran's response to the escalation of the US and Israel has always been de-escalation, and that has encouraged further attacks on Iranian assets across the region, in Lebanon, in Syria, and then finally in the country last June. And so the belief is that, so from now on, there is nowhere to go. And we have to respond with our full military might to reestablish our deterrence. That's why now they are going to mobilize all of their capabilities and capacities.
Yeah, and he's not wrong. Like, Iran just went full fire on every country that supports the United States and Israel in the Middle East. That's going full fire on them, attacking the cities with really no target, no real target, just wanting to hit the cities. Like, this is, I mean, they hit the airport in Dubai, and I think they also in Bahrain, and they hit Omar, and I mean, they've never been bombed.
Whether it's going to be enough really to put a deterrence there or not is a different case, because we know that Iran has very limited resources as well. It's a country that is tremendously struggling from the lack of the economic resources. However, now that the head of the state is killed, and not only as head of state is a political position, but it's also a theological position for the Shia Muslims in the world. So, and that head of the theological position, who is believed to be the representative of the hidden imam that's going to come at the end of the time, bring justice to the world. So Iranians are going to respond with their whole capacity, with their full military capabilities. That is quite clear. To reestablish the deterrence and also to make sure that the next leader is not going to be targeted.
So let's talk briefly about the Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. How will they affect the election of the new supreme leader, Rasul? Because they're a hugely influential body, aren't they?
Indeed. So Revolutionary Guards have been formed through the Iran-Iraq War, which has started in 1980 and then ended in 1988. So then when Ali Khamenei actually has been elected as the new supreme leader, one of the institutions that he has invested heavily and also trusted heavily is the Revolutionary Guard. So simply it was a symbiotic relationship between them. So he was feeding the Revolutionary Guards, and the Revolutionary Guards were giving him the power. So this mutual relation between the two have enhanced both parties tremendously. Now the Revolutionary Guards are controlling 1/3 of the country's economy. They're controlling the intelligence. They're controlling the banking, oil, gas, mining industries.
True.
And
it's a real dictatorship over there. It's like, yeah, they control all the real means of production, all the valuable resources, all of it. I mean, yeah, they also are sanctioned to death, but I mean, that's how the elites in Iran stay afloat, is by controlling all the resources, which they do. I mean, let's be real. The Iranian government or the regime is not anybody that we like. Trust me, I don't like them, but it does seem that getting into war with them, we're still waiting to see if this was the best idea. Personally, no. Like, come on. We've been to Iran, was able to reach we've been to Iran, couldn't hit us. They were pretty much holding Israel and all the other surrounding countries hostage. Let's just be real.
They are extremely powerful when it comes to the political decision-making processes. So just a little bit ago, you have run some of the names like Hassan Rouhani,
And shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian, for starting us off. He says, which portion of the world is not engaged in war? I mean, that's a good point. I mean, well, America, we're engaged in war right now. I mean, Mexico and Latin America is engaged in war with the cartels. Africa, I mean, they're still kind of going at it in the Congo region. I mean, and of course, the Middle East. So you got a point. Maybe North America looking cool.
Khomeini, some Ajay, and some of other names that potentially could be the successor of the Ali Khamenei. So I will say, well, actually, the next leader is going to be IRGC, because in 1989 In 1989, when Ali Khamenei has been elected as the supreme leader of the country, there were no revolutionary guards that much powerful yet. They were still taking a shape. And so he was elected by civilians relatively. But now, whoever is going to be put forward, we can be sure that is going to come from the revolutionary guards.
Let's just talk about these succession plans, Raisel, if we can, because the Islamic Revolution, as we've been talking about all morning, is deeply embedded in the politics of the country, the institutions, the society. Now that the supreme leader is dead, talk us through the system, the constitution, and how that succession plan plays out.
Look, normally Iran has three bodies that are running the country. So the government, legislative, and the judiciary. But in Iran, particularly after the election of Ali Khamenei 37 years ago, he has also built tremendous numbers of the councils that in many cases are more powerful than the government, the parliament, the judiciary, and they act independently. They directly report to the supreme leader. So this is on one hand to make sure that there is a check and balance in the system, but it's also because there is the lack of trust between the institutions. So let's remember, Iran is a security state. So, and one of that powerful councils is the Assembly of Experts. That's its primary reasons of the existence is.
Oh, and I do got to bring you up on a little bit of news here because, protesters stormed the U.S. state consulate in Pakistan following Iranian attack. At least 6 protesters have been killed. And this happened, pretty much after Khomeini was killed. So this is what we meant by a regional war. Oh, and Saudi Arabia is also said that they might actually attack Iran as well, and so as the UAE. So yeah, this might actually turn into a 5-on-1 on Iran. You got Israel, you got United States. I mean, Saudi Arabia. Shoot, Qatar even said they might do something. That's 4-on-1 basically. Yeah, you see them yelling Khomeini's name. Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
To elect the supreme leader of the country. And it's 88 members.
But apparently Khomeini was a spiritual leader to the Shia Muslims in that area.
Political body. So this political body is going to come, and these are just all the religious figures, and they're going to put the names and discuss on that, and then it's going to be elected. In that sense, actually, it's a selection, not an election, because it's not going through the popular vote of people. So there will not be the ballot boxes and asking Iranians who you want to see as your next leader. So it's going to be 88 people who have been vetted by the Guardian Council, another council, and these guys are going to come and select that. But in up until that time, there will be a new council being including the president, the head of the judiciary, and also one member of the Guardian Council. 3 people are going to run the country for an interim period of time until the Assembly of Experts come up with a final name.
Raisel, talk to us about Ali Khamenei's life and what sort of legacy.
I mean, let's be real. As soon as they announce who that guy is, bro, we're gonna bomb them. Look, we was able to get Khomeini, and I didn't even think we was gonna be able to get him just off the sheer fact that I'm like, all right, so they know we're coming for him, so they most likely hit him. And if they hit him and we still got him, then whoever y'all pick, y'all better say it in secret, or we're gonna kill him again. This is what it is right now. So we might have a chance at top of the regime. We just got to go through, 5 candidates. Sadly, as long as we don't, bomb any more schools on accident. Well, and that bombing of the school. So there is 3 things that could have happened. Like I said, this school too. This could have been a misfire because there was a military base a couple miles down from the school that Israel, the United States, was trying to hit, and they ended up hitting the school instead by mistake. Or it could have been an intercepted missile that collided over the school and it fell onto the school. Either way, sadly, we're involved. Either way.
He leaves behind. Let's remind our viewers, he was loved and adored by everyone in Iran, given the sanctions, the wars, the social turmoil that's hit this country over many, many years now.
Indeed, he was an extremely controversial figure. So throughout his tenure, we have seen that he has been loved and, by the way, admired by millions of people, but also hated by some other millions. So in that sense, he was a controversial figure. One thing should be kept in mind. He is the builder and the architect of the modern day Iran. Any state institutions, particularly their strategic institutions, any security apparatuses that you can imagine, and also any individual now, the senior individuals in the country that are running the state's affairs have been either formed, built, or appointed by Ali Khamenei. So in that sense, he's the founding father of the modern Iran. On the other hand, one thing has made him different than the previous one. So the previous or the first supreme leader of Iran was Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini, who was regarded as a charismatic leader. And when Ali Khamenei has been elected, he knew that he lacks that charisma. So what he has done was to...
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Most of the fear that Iran has around the regime mainly comes from this man's father. This man's father was a savage, but he was, charismatic, but a savage. Him, he's a little bit more, I say, meek than his father is. But if you do compare the two, bro's dad was on a different type of time. But all right, though, let's get over to Iran's power structure prevents collapse after Khomeini's killing. All right, let's get right into it, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. All right, let's keep going.
For more on what's happening across the region in Tel Aviv, we have Alan Pincus, a former Israeli diplomat who's joining us, and in studio, Luciano Zaccara, a Middle East analyst and Iran analyst. Luciano, I want to start with you because we're seeing the beginnings of this leadership council take shape. How important is that for Iran and the stability that it has at the moment?
I think it's very important, and I think that they are following all the steps they already decided in advance. I mean, Iran knew that Khamenei was a target and that eventually this would happen, and they wanted to prevent the vacuum of power that would destabilize the country, and they wanted to make sure that all the steps were followed accordingly in order to guarantee a smooth transition. And I think that these are the steps that they have been followed, and they are going to achieve what they want. Even though many senior figures of the military establishment, they are being killed, even Shamkhani or people that they have political positions, they have been eliminated. But I think that this shows that what is not important is the figure who is going to be elected, but the way in which the different organizations within the regime hold together and they all go through the same lines without defecting from the regime. That is what Trump's expect to happen.
Because that is the point, isn't it? The point of having the structure of power in Iran the way that it is so that it can withstand something along these lines.
Exactly. The structure has been there, and even after June, when many figures also were eliminated, remain untouched. And now the political figures are being eliminated, and still the regime will stand. Khamenei lately was more an arbiter rather than a final decision maker in Iran. This is something very important to understand. Iran has been always a collective.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people got to understand about Khomeini. He was more of a spiritual leader to Iran than an actual supreme leader. I know you have the supreme leader on there, but he's more of a spiritual leader to Iran, not an actual person who's making decisions when it comes to military and all that good stuff or policing. So yeah, that's a little bit crazy how we're kind of now figuring that out, that he was just a spiritual leader.
Way of making decisions with a more important figure that was Khamenei, but there was always needed consensus between the different elected and non-elected institutions, the Council of the Expediency Council, the Security Council, now the Defense Council. All these councils participate in the decision-making process on what is going on now.
And Alan, I want to go to you in Tel Aviv on what's happening here and the fact that Iran is working so quickly to replace the leadership that has been lost. It surely won't come as a surprise to Israel that plans were in place for this. But will it be something that they will be concerned about if they are able to just continually replace and prop back up?
Oh, and just to move over to some pressing news, let's see, there was a strike in Israel.
All across Israel. Israel has taken Some breaking news overnight. Israel was hit hard by Iran, and Iran successfully landed dozens of missile strikes onto Israel, whether it's Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and many cities all across Israel. Israel has taken a huge amount of damage overnight. Now, the Israeli Iron Dome was successful in many attempts. There is videos of it intercepting dozens and dozens of Iranian missiles. But just like last time during the 12-day war.
Oh, and here's the scary part about that. These are the shitty missiles. Like, bro, the Iranian general literally came on state television and said, look, we're firing the back of our artillery. This is not even the newest stuff we got. We're just throwing the stuff that we've been just holding on to forever now. And they're making it through. Like, this is what's kind of scary right now, because it's like, all right, bro, if these are your duds, then imagine what their actual artillery is looking like. And this ain't me saying that, oh, let's champion Iran. This is me saying we might want to be a little bit weary of what's coming next.
Between the two, Iran has landed some missile strikes, and those missile strikes this time appear to be far more damaging than any strikes we've really seen before. There is videos coming out from Tel Aviv of cars completely destroyed, streets smashed, buildings collapsed. As well as that, there was reports that the Israeli Ministry of Defense was hit by an Iranian drone. And so Israel appears to have...
hold on, a drone got through? Hold up. So how did... That's tough. I'm sorry, that's not funny, but it's kind of like, wait, I'm sorry, but y'all was blocking missiles. How the hell a drone just slipped through on y'all? But it happens. It happens. Those damn Iranian drones. Actually, an Iranian drone hit a building in what was it? Dubai. A building in Dubai that was aiming after a U.S. official. Let me see if I can find a video, actually.
Taken quite a lot of damage overnight, but as well as that, Iran has said the attacks will be continuing throughout today as we move into day 2 of this war. And so, just like I did yesterday, I'm going to be keeping you updated as Iran does more and more things. So leave me a follow, and every 15 minutes I'm making a video on this.
Yeah, I mean, Tehran's getting struck as we speak, Israel's getting struck as we speak, and other Middle Eastern countries. While we all chill here in our crib in the United States. I mean, God bless America, right? Right.
All of these institutions in quick succession. Obviously, that makes getting rid of this regime a lot harder of a task.
Well, naturally, Riley, because it makes the regime change premise unviable or not feasible. Look, there is a tendency to look at dictatorships in the same way as if you eliminate the dictator, you eliminate the dictatorship. You eliminate Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, Libya disintegrates. You eliminate Saddam Hussein in Iraq, Iraq disintegrates. You eliminate Bashar Assad in Syria, Syria disintegrates.
I mean, that's what we hope.
But in Iran, as Luciana was alluding to, it's not just a dictatorship. It's also an Islamic revolution. It's ideological.
Like I'm saying this, it's very ideological. It's a Muslim Shia ideology that they got going on there. It's more than just Khomeini. It's the faith of the people in Iran who support the government. Okay, who support the government. I'm not talking about all of Iran, obviously.
The structure, it has a hierarchy, it has a coalition of like-minded but nonetheless somewhat different factions that need to reach not necessarily a consensus, but some kind of understanding, which is why, as much as Iran's regime is going to be weakened by this, assuming this goes on, this Israeli-American or...
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read out loud and engage you with it. Just $2 and up. And shout out to my man Scorpio Boss for sending a laughing disco for 250 jewels, man. Appreciate that.
American-Israeli operation goes on, even though there are indications that the Americans are looking for a way out. But that's beside the point. Maybe we can get to that. There's no question about it that you cannot induce regime change.
Bro, if we was to leave right now, I mean, yeah, we look pretty good, but the regime would still be intact. And then a lot of people are going to look at us like we crazy. And the regime is most likely not going to work out like how we did Maduro. Like, we captured Maduro, the vice president becomes president, and now she works with us. Like, I mean, if we can get a deal like that going, I mean, bro, let's go for it. But it doesn't seem like that's likely.
Change via missiles and airplanes. This needs to be a bottom-up enterprise, and I don't see that happening. I see, at least for the foreseeable future, I don't know how this is going to end. I don't know if this is going to escalate. I don't know how long or the duration of this war is going to be, 2 days, 12 days, or 22 days. Really, I don't know. But if the regime changes, I go back to your question, Riley, it is a major setback to anyone who falsely thought that if you just attack Tehran, if you just bomb more targets, the regime will fall. That's not going to happen.
Well, I can't let you leave that hanging in the air here, Alon. What makes you think that America would already be looking for a way out of this?
Because I think there's a divergence of interests between Israel and the U.S. Israel wants to see a regime change, and Israel wants to see the.
I mean, Israel wants a regime change, in the U.S., bro, we just don't want them to make no nukes. That's it. Honestly, we just want them to eliminate their nuclear program in general. It's Israel who wants them to stop propping up the proxies and also not let them have ballistic missiles. That's their demands, not ours. But sadly, we're going to war for their demands as well. And also, of course, the nuclear weapons that we say we obliterated. We said we set them back, but here we are. I mean, no less than 6 months later, talking about, oh yeah, we got to go ahead and take out their nuclear capability again.
U.S. Induce or affect that regime change, and if you will, Israel is wagging the American dog. Netanyahu is wagging Mr. Trump. The U.S. on the other side, from Trump's point of view, this war is not popular. Only 21% of Americans 2 days in a poll conducted.
Oh, and side note, yes, Iran has never had nukes or never proven to had nukes, and anybody who tells you that they do, they're lying to you.
2 or 3 days before the attack, only 21% of Americans thought this war is justified, has a reason, and serves American interests. The longer it goes on, the quicker Mr. Trump would want to declare victory, and again use those, his spectacular terms. We obliterated, we eviscerated, we annihilated. Okay, that's fine. So I do think there's a divergence in the next, 4 or 5 days. In which the U.S., this is a scenario, I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen. The U.S. declares victory. Trump says, we won, we destroyed, we did what we promised. I did what other presidents didn't do. Now it's up to the Iranian people. And I go back to your comment before that, Riley, but the regime is still in place. By the way,
I'll say, if that's what we're doing, if it goes the way he's saying, then it wouldn't change the regime. We just took out the leader. I mean, we hit him hard, and then we backed off and said, all right, Iranian people, you got it from here. And trust me, they're not going to have it from there.
As is the case in Venezuela. No, I'm not making a comparison, but just for the sake of conversation. And Israel is stuck with a situation in which it is now facing, okay, there's no Khamenei. Great. But there's someone else.
Right. And Luciano, I'm sure that that's something that they're considering in Iran as well, is can we outlast and keep the regime going long enough to sort of outlast this round of military action?
Well, if what Elon says is true, that it might be, because at the end of the day, Trump did not want to enter in this war and he doesn't want to invade Iran. Trump is happy to negotiate with this regime to achieve what he wanted. At the end of the day, what Trump wanted is a better deal than Obama. This was all his aspiration, and to eliminate Khamenei. Khamenei is eliminated. Now he needs to achieve an imposition of conditions towards Iran as a defeated country in a war that Trump started. And this way he can say, okay, I achieved an agreement and nobody else did it because I impose my will and impose our tremendous power over Iran, and therefore we surrender them and we made them to sign. What Trump wants is not regime change or regime collapse, it's regime surrender, so they can impose the conditions. If this can be guaranteed with what they did until now, I think Trump would be okay pulling out from this war. The problem is I don't think they will achieve that. So far, I don't see the Iranians stepping down. I mean, today it's the second.
And this is the building that Iran attacked in what was it? I believe it was a hotel in the Gulf. In the Gulf hotels. So I believe it's in Dubai. Boom. I mean, you know, not to sound like, not to be that guy, but it looks kind of familiar. Huh. So yeah.
One day. Now in Qatar we are more or less quiet, but we had 2 or 3 salvo of missile this morning. Oman was hit today, but yesterday was not. So we don't know if this is going to continue more days and more American assets will be attacking the region.
And so I want to ask you, Alan, because if what both the American president and the Israeli prime minister have sort of marketed this as we're ridding ourselves of an existential threat and we're giving help to the Iranian people to rise up. But what do you think Prime Minister Netanyahu's like, what will he consider a victory here? If there's only one of those things, is that still a victory?
No, it's not. He's going to declare one, but it's if I were him, I would declare one, and I would go with what Luciano said. If Trump presents this as Iran is defeated and now we negotiate, Mr. Netanyahu would be wise to join in and say, I concur, I agree, I subscribe to this. But for Mr. Netanyahu, this is a messianic adventure here. He's out to bring down the Islamic Republic. He has somehow manipulated, convinced, or co-opted, call it what you want, the U.S. into this endeavor. And anything less than that cannot, in his mind, be considered victory. Now, there's one thing, I think we discussed this earlier today.
Yeah, Bibi won't be happy unless there's regime change. Unless, like, Iran is thrown into complete dysfunction, that man will not be happy. But all right, though, let's go ahead and listen. Let's go ahead and see this interview with the Iranian foreign minister on NBC News. Let's get right into it.
I'm going to interrupt you very briefly while you've been introducing Julie Sirkin. They're telling us that right now we have a guest from Iran. Iran's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Abbas Araghchi, is joining us now from Tehran. Minister Araghchi, we appreciate your making time to speak to us right now. We have a series of questions. We know that you are one of the few in that country who have the access to communicate outside of a country where there is a large blackout of communications at this time. First and foremost, our question to you, sir, is can you give us a better understanding of the situation on the ground there, the impacts that have taken place? And separately, can you confirm to us that the Ayatollah and the president are both still alive?
Now, obviously, this interview happened before the confirmation of the Ayatollah's death. But Khomeini's death has been confirmed. He is gone.
Well, thank you for having me.
But with him being gone, they closed down the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we'll see if they can maintain a closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but we'll see. We'll see, because they did close it, but for how long, I'm not sure if Iran can honestly maintain the closure of Hormuz, but this is what's most likely going to happen.
If Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, what impact will it have on the entire world, and which country will be affected the most? First, let's understand what the Strait of Hormuz actually is. It is a small area of just 33 kilometers located between Iran, Oman, and the UAE. It is a narrow sea passage through which almost 20% of the world's oil supply flows, nearly 17 million barrels every day. This oil comes from 8 countries located in the Persian Gulf, including Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE for the United Arab Emirates. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar, 90% of their oil exports pass through this narrow route to reach the rest of the world. If Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, following countries will suffer the most damage. First is India, because it imports 85% of its oil, and 60% of that comes from Middle Eastern countries like Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the UAE. Fuel prices in India would skyrocket, and as a result, everything related to oil and all industries would face severe disruption. Industries could shut down, there would be job losses, and the economy would be severely affected. The second most affected country would be China. China is the world's largest oil importer, bringing in 10 million barrels of oil every day. 40% of China's oil imports pass through this Strait of Hormuz. Although China has built oil pipelines with Russia and Central Asia, they don't even fulfill fulfill 20% of its energy needs. So, if the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, China's economy could suffer a massive blow, and if China's economy is shaken, its effects will be felt all over the world. The third most affected country would be Japan, as it imports 90% of its oil, and 75% of that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. The fourth most affected country would be Saudi Arabia. 80 to 90% of Saudi Arabia's oil goes to the rest of the world through Strait of Hormuz, while only 10% goes to Europe via its Red Sea coastline. So if this choke point is blocked, Saudi Arabia's economy will be heavily impacted. Imagine that a country suddenly loses 80 to 90% of its revenue. What would happen to it? Something similar could happen to Saudi Arabia. There's also a high chance that Saudi Arabia might send in its military to reopen the route, and that could make the situation even worse. Fifth is Pakistan, which gets about 90% of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. This oil meets around 27% of the country's energy needs. So if the route is blocked, prices in Pakistan could rise sharply. But there's an interesting twist. Since Pakistan shares a border with Iran, and several government reports suggest that 35% of Pakistan's diesel comes unofficially from Iran. So if the strait is blocked, Pakistan might turn to Iran for oil, either quietly or through an official deal. Next in line is the UAE, because as nearly as 72% of its oil exports rely on this Strait of Hormuz. The country does have a backup option, the Habshan-Fujairah pipeline, which allows it to bypass the strait and export up to 60% of its oil. But for a major economy like the UAE, losing the remaining 40% would still be a serious blow. Next comes the European countries like France, Germany and Italy, which on average get 10% of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. A blockade here would hit them hard as well. Globally, experts warn that oil prices could soar past $150 a barrel, causing widespread inflation and possibly triggering a major global recession. So this small 33-kilometer area holds enough power to shake the entire world.
Yeah, and that's the situation we're kind of in now. But hopefully, they don't keep it closed for long, because that's exactly what it's going to do. It's going to choke a lot of countries off from, well, their energy. And I mean, I'm not sure if you care about that, well, for other countries, but that's up to you to decide how you feel about that. Us is going to affect us as well. Like, we might see like what, $4 or $5 a gallon again. And I mean, come on, who want to deal with that for Israel or for regime change in Iran? I mean, let's be real.
Well, the situation on the ground is quite, I cannot say normal, but the life is going on. Everything is under control.
But you know what? I did forget something. What we took from Venezuela, when we just, snatched seized their oil, that might actually help us out for a minute. That might actually help us out. It did, triple our reserves. So we're good.
I think Americans and Israelis have failed to, access to hit their targets. And now everything is under control. And we almost in less than 2 hours, we were able to start retaliation by attacking, American bases and some targets in Israel by our missiles. Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem. We are actually managing it. We are handling the situation. And I was in contact with, my colleagues in the Persian Gulf, and I explained for them that, we have no intention to attack them, but we are actually attacking the American bases in the.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen like the video. If you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
The act of self-defense. We cannot just sit and watch they are attacking us and we don't, respond simply because their bases are in a friendly neighbor country.
So that is kind of reckless, bro. You're just like, well, I mean, come on now. Like you're attacking buildings at this point. And you're saying, well, it's housing U.S. citizens. I'm like, or U.S. military men. I'm like, it's not a good look. I mean, even people in Iran, I'm be real with you. There's people in the Middle East that's condemning Iran, who are even their allies, who are going like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? And Iran's hitting them with you housing the enemy at this point, so we striking you. It's like, goddamn.
I explained for them, and I hope that they understand this situation. Another point
here's the thing. I've been said that they were going to strike other countries because they told us they were going to do this. They said it. They said, yo, if you strike us, we're going to start hitting military bases relentlessly. And the problem is we thought it was cool because of what happened in Qatar. You know, they shot that. Remember, they let Qatar know we was going to fire at them so they can easily intercept it. Now they ain't let nobody know a damn thing, and they just firing off.
To mention is, I don't know why the U.S. administration insists to start a negotiation and then in the middle of negotiation attack, the other party. Today happened exactly what last June happened,
which is true because what was it? It was the Oman the Oman moderator. It was a moderator from Oman who was actually mediating the negotiations between Iran and United States. And he said that, well, we were actually breaking ground. And when he said that, all of a sudden we strike, us and Israel strike Iran. It was a bit confusing. It seemed like as soon as they made ground, well, a strike had to happen for some reason.
We were in the middle of negotiations, and and it was interesting that this time we made a big progress. 2 days ago, on Thursday, we had a very good meeting in Geneva, together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And we were able to address serious questions related to Iran's nuclear program. We obviously have differences, but we resolved some of those differences, and we decided to continue in order to resolve the rest of questions. And we actually instructed the technical team to go to Vienna and have a meeting with the IAEA. In order to find technical solution for the problems we are facing in the negotiation. And everybody was happy at the end of those negotiations. As you saw, His Excellency Badr al-Busaidi, the Foreign Minister of Oman, who is mediating between us, he concluded by posting a tweet saying that today we made significant progress. And before he posted his tweet, he consulted with both delegations and both were happy. So I don't know why, while we were progressing in our talks and we had made good, achievement, and a deal was at our reach, why they decided to attack us. Perhaps, it was others who dragged the United States for their own benefits into this, conflict. It's really pity. It's very unfortunate. And yes.
Mr. Arachi, I appreciate your comments there, and we do have a series of other questions I want to ask you, but just for clarity for our audience right now, can you confirm with specificity that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is alive, and separately that the Iranian president is alive right now following these American and Israeli strikes?
As far as I know, yes, they are alive, and the head of judiciary as well, the head of the Speaker of Parliament as well, all high-ranking officials are alive. And
all right. Now, let me show you the interview that he was talking about with the Omanian mediator, or their foreign minister, pretty much.
What has Iran agreed to you that they have never done before? Can you give us any sense?
The single most important achievement, I believe, is the agreement that Iran will never, ever have a nuclear material that will create a bomb. This is, I think, a big achievement. This is something that is not in the old deal that was negotiated during President Obama's time. This is something completely new. It really makes the enrichment argument less relevant, because now we are talking about zero stockpiling. And that is very, very important, because if you cannot stockpile.
Yeah, see what I mean? It's like every time Iran agrees with what we want, we move the goalposts. Like I said, it jumped from enriched uranium to their nuclear program to now ballistic missiles. And then once they said something about the ballistic missiles, now they're like, oh, well, what are your proxies? And they're like, all right, but one, we're not giving up our ballistic missiles, nor the proxies. And that's where we kind of just drew the line. But according to the Omanian mediator, He was like, bro, they were ready to give up their nuclear capability. They were ready to give up their entire nuclear program, and everybody walked away happy, seemingly. And then next thing you know, we strike Iran. It's like wild, but here we are. And let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video.
Material that is enriched, then there is no way you can actually create a bomb, whether you are rich or don't enrich. And I think this is really something that has been missed a lot by the media, and I want to clarify that from the standpoint of a mediator.
So explain that. So the enriched material, the things that could be used as nuclear fuel for a bomb, you're saying Iran would not keep on their own soil?
They would give it up.
They would give it up?
They will not be able to actually accumulate that material that will enable them to create a bomb. There's no accumulation. So there will be zero accumulation, zero stockpiling, and full verification. That is also equally important achievement, I think. A full and comprehensive verification by the IAEA, which is the agency in charge of this.
And this was a day ago. And this was literally a day ago. But all of a sudden, we over here striking Iran. But all right, though, let's go to the Iranian foreign minister's latest interview, which came out about 10 minutes ago. Let's get right into it.
Make this confrontation more complicated and even more dangerous. It is absolutely unprecedented and a big violation of international law that a leader of another country is assassinated by foreign forces.
My bad. My mic was muted, but yeah, let's get over here to the Iranian foreign minister in his most latest interview that happened 10 minutes ago. So let's get right into it.
This is obvious that this assassination would make this confrontation more complicated and even more dangerous. It is absolutely unprecedented and a big violation of international law that a leader of another country is assassinated by foreign forces. So that would make this conflict or this war of aggression by Americans against us even more dangerous, more complicated, and would add perhaps new aspects to that. As you know, Ayatollah Khamenei was not only the political leader of Iran, but it was a high-ranking, religious leader for millions of Muslims, even outside of Iran, across the region. So I'm sure you have seen the protests and demonstrations, not only in Iran, all cities of Iran, but also in Iraq, in Pakistan, and some other places. And it was very unfortunate for me to see that those demonstrators have been killed by the guards of the United States Consulate General in Karachi. So this is a very dangerous act, and it takes perhaps lots of efforts and to somehow control the damages which it can create.
Let's go back to Hassan Ahmadian, associate professor at the University of Tehran. I don't know if you were able to hear that clip that we were playing of Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. He was talking exclusively to Al Jazeera. He was talking predominantly about the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in reminding people that he was also a high-ranking religious leader who was the leader for millions of Muslims around the world. He referred to the protests that we've seen on the streets of Karachi. Our correspondent was just telling us about that just a moment ago, Asad Beg, talking to us from Karachi. And that is something that is worth bearing in mind, isn't it? That this was a figure who was not only played a key part within Iran and its politics and its society, but was also a figurehead for many people around the world.
Yes, indeed. He was basically a transnational religious leader, as he was the Iranian highest political leader. And I think that has an impact on what we are seeing in Pakistan.
But hold on, though. Let's go ahead and get into this Iran's betrayal of Egypt. because it's getting cut out here pretty much.
Some breaking news in response to the attacks against Iran today. Israel has done what we actually expected, and they have suspended gas exports to Egypt. Now, something you need to know: a few months ago, Egypt signed a massive, over $30 billion deal with Egypt to buy Israeli gas because they needed a new gas supplier. Well, at the time, I and a lot of other people were saying, why is Egypt putting all of their eggs in one basket here and deciding to buy gas only from Israel? Because we knew at the time that Israel, if they wanted, would have been able to blackmail Egypt and tell Egypt to do things. And if Egypt didn't listen, Israel would cut off the gas. And well, today, a few months later, as I personally predicted, Israel has suspended those gas exports to Egypt, despite Egypt paying all of this money for that gas. Now, Egypt doesn't have any gas now, and so they're a bit screwed. But this also shows that Egypt likely didn't do what Israel asked them to. Egypt was probably asked to shoot down and intercept Iranian missiles, and they probably refused. And so Israel has kind of gone, fuck you then, and they've cut off the gas supply, as I predicted they would. Now, this is quite a big deal. It's going to really damage the relations between Egypt and Israel. And if Egypt doesn't have any gas coming in, they'll do desperate things to get that gas back. And so I'll leave that up to your imagination. But as this
once again, turning into a regional war, sadly. All right. Go ahead and get into the next video here.
There have been remarkable developments in the Middle East over the past 24 hours as part of Operation Epic Fury, a joint attack on Iran by the United States and Israel.
Oh, and for some people in the chat will be like, well, you know, Al Jazeera is in Qatar. So I'm just supposed to listen to one side of the narrative. That's what y'all want me to do. And then think that's honest reporting? Man, get y'all ass up out of here. All right, though. Let's get back to the show. Don't forget to double tap that screen.
Iranian state media has confirmed the death of Iran's head of state, 86-year-old Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, a man that President Trump has called one of the most evil people in history. Iranian media reports that Khamenei's daughter and grandchild were also killed in the strikes.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. This is
Yeah, there were two other people killed in that strike, and it was his daughter and granddaughter, which is tough, but it'd be like that.
Called one of the most evil people in history. Iranian media reports that Khamenei's daughter and grandchild were also killed in the strikes. Take a look at this. This is an image of the Ayatollah's compound that was destroyed in an aerial attack. Also confirmed dead, the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the secretary of the Iranian Defense Council, and the chief of the country's armed forces. President Trump, in a pre-recorded announcement of the attack, endorsed regime change in the country, telling Iranians to rise up and take control of their government. Iranian officials have pledged a massive retaliation with, quote, no red lines against American and Israeli targets in the region. Casualty counts include at least one person in Israel, one person in Dubai, and 4 people in Syria reportedly killed in Iranian attacks. In Iran, the Iranian Red Crescent says more than 200 people have been killed and around 700 injured. U.S. Central Command reports that there have been no U.S. casualties, that no U.S. Navy ships have been struck by Iranian missiles or live fire, and that damage to U.S. installations in the region is minimal and has not impacted operations. Iran has been able to launch retaliatory strikes with some success, including a recent barrage against U.S. bases and Israeli military headquarters. But right now, it's not clear how much more firepower Iran has in its arsenal. Also unclear who's even directing Iran's military and security forces right now as we wait for new leadership to.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the problem. People thought that, oh, well, we took out Khomeini, he's dead, right? So the missiles stopped flying. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. Actually, he got 5 guys that's lined up for success. Now, we could take out those 5 guys within the next coming days, but until then, the regime still stands.
Emerge. Here in the U.S., there were celebrations by Iranian Americans in Los Angeles who are hopeful that regime change can mean a new and brighter future for Iranians. And overnight, there were new explosions in Tehran, the Israeli military launching a new barrage of strikes on Iran. As we mentioned, President Trump sent out a truth post overnight. He is starting his day at Mar-a-Lago, is expected to return to Washington tonight. NBC's Julie Sirkin joins us now from West Palm Beach with the latest. Julie, what are we hearing from the president and the Trump administration as we're now more than 24 hours into this operation?
Evan, I'm gonna be that guy. Let's get a word from some Iranians. American Iranian, and then we're gonna go to a lady that's actually in Iran. Let's hear from both of them.
America and Israel just attacked Iran, and I want to talk to you as an anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist Iranian leftist who's been covering this news for months now. Seeing a lot of Iranians celebrate this attack on Iran because people are so fed up with the government, and it really reminds me of when Afghans and Iraqis were also celebrating the onslaught war onto their country because they were so fed up with the Taliban and Saddam's dictatorships, which was completely fair. Their dictatorships were extremely brutal. And people in the diaspora are so fed up with the government that at this point, they just want anyone to save them. And I think we really need to come back to earth and remember that any invasion that has happened or onslaught that has happened as a result of American imperialism has ended horribly. Talking about the most civilian casualties in modern history within the Middle East has been done by American imperialism. And most of it was really fabricated over lies, right? WMDs and weapons of mass destruction, or we're going to...
Or they have nukes, even though, you know, they never had nukes at all. Just like, I mean, we did the same thing. It's the same playbook. I mean, they're even pulling out the same playbook with the school. They're going like, oh, my bad. Instead of just, oh, like, well, we didn't strike a school. It was Iran. They struck their own school. It's like, bro, y'all pulling out the same playbook in Gaza. And then y'all pulling out the same playbook for Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya. Is like, can y'all not remix it a little bit? Because you're making me think some people are actually kind of like, I don't know, stupid. But I don't like to insult people's intelligence, but do you not see the pattern? Is your pattern recognition not like, I don't know, dinging off a little bit, just a little bit? Because it just seems oh so familiar.
Free the women of Afghanistan. Turns out women in Afghanistan currently have less rights than they did when the war even started. My heart breaks because an elementary school was bombed and tens and dozens of children were just obliterated, little girls. And I'm watching my own diaspora celebrate this, and I can't even fathom. Like, I understand y'all are hurt, but like we really need to come to reality, and we need to ground ourselves and remind ourselves that this is not the way that we're going to be free. Bombing Iran to oblivion is not what is going to free us. I will continue.
I mean, if anything, it's only going to radicalize more people against the West. I mean, that's the whole reason why the Ayatollah was in power in the first place, because people got radicalized against the West.
To provide
due to our interference, of course, as always, sadly.
Updates as I hear them, but please, Iranian diaspora and the people who stand with us, no war with Iran. No war with Iran. I'm begging. Don't do this. Don't do this.
And I'm telling you, and think about it though. There was a school bombed in Iran that killed about almost 100 girls, right, guys? And I know, and I already knew. I called it out yesterday. I said they're going to try to blame it on the Iranians. I mean, I already told y'all what they were going to do. And that's exactly what they did, word for word, bar for bar. So when I looked into it, and what I've concluded is that now this looks like this may have been a mistake, because about a couple miles down from that girls' school, there was an Iranian military base. Even though there were no missiles being fired out of that base, the base most likely was the target, but they accidentally hit the girls' school. This is looking like what's the case. I'm not sure if it was a U.S. jet, Israeli jet. I don't know. But all we know is that that school was struck, and it wasn't Iran.
I have a message for Trump. Mr. Trump, I recommend you to reconsider anything that you want to do against my country. Because this time, you're not just going to face her government. You're going to face us, Iranian young girls and boys. Be here. We stand with our...
And you know what? And let's say this. Let's say Iran did do it, right? You think they're going to tell that to their people? They people going, bro, they look, and I'm just going into y'all logic here, okay? Think about it like this. I know y'all want to paint Iran as this big, evil, bad regime. Great, do that. Because even if that is the truth that they bombed their own kids, guess what? The people don't believe that. They don't. The people believe that Israel did it. We did it. They think that we did it. So what do you think that's going to do? Radicalize them against us. And then what? And no, people are trying to convince you that we're going to walk in there celebrated as heroes. I mean, it sounds oh so familiar, does it not?
Leader, you know who I'm talking about? My leader, Iran's supreme leader, Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Be here. We stand with him. We're going to sacrifice ourselves for him.
And it's crazy. People in the chat are like, well, you're not interviewing the right Iranians. The right Iranians? Bro, does it matter? They're all in there in danger. Does it matter?
the right Iranian. I only want to hear from the Iranians that make me feel good about bombing Iran. That's all I want to hear from. Okay, bro.
He doesn't even need us, but we're gonna sacrifice for him anyway because we love him. You can't control us, you can't attack us because you have our leader and here is our country.
I want to say to the yellow dog, and who the hell are you to talk about Iran, this strong country like Iran? Okay, just go and think about your own country. Who the hell are you to talk about Iran? You're here to say, shut up, you are nothing, and if you are someone that, I don't know, you're nothing even to talk about him. I even don't want to say
deal with his people first. The situation going on in Minnesota is itself a huge mess, and first he can deal with it, and then he can tell us what to do.
So, yeah, and that's just the other side. All right, back to it.
Joe, the president overnight is warning, as you mentioned, Iran against that even bigger retaliation that government has promised. He posted on Truth Social saying they better not do that. However, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Of course, this is a president who is now waking up on day 2 since those strikes that were launched on Friday. Overnight, he posted that nearly 9-minute long message. And then we really haven't seen or heard from the president since. We know he stopped by a political event last night. But speaking of politics, of course, this is what this issue is going to turn into. Initially, as we've been reporting, the president, his administration are prepared for a more sustained effort in the region. Of course, we still have our military assets, our buildup around Iran. The president here promising to strike again, of course, if Iran does anything. But he also put the onus on the Iranian people, the protesters there, saying this is their moment, this is their chance. He said in his comments yesterday that no president in American history has given the Iranian people this kind of opportunity to pursue regime change. Of course, something that is extremely dangerous for the Iranian people. Thousands of them have been killed in an uprising several weeks ago in Iran. There were economic reasons for why the Ayatollah, the Iranian regime, was weakened at that point. Israeli strikes that happened last year, American strikes that targeted nuclear uranium enrichment sites last summer. This is why the president said this is the moment that was ripe for the U.S., the Israelis, to strike. You'll remember that, of course, there were peace negotiations even up until Friday. That's what even the Omanis were pointing to, for example, as why they were surprised that the U.S. decided to take this step. But ultimately, the president agreeing to these strikes and also agreeing to a prolonged, sustained campaign that some in his party already have been speaking out against, even especially Joe in the MAGA base. This is a president who campaigned on no new wars, now going to have to defend this move, historic move that we've seen in Iran. Joe?
Julie Sirkin reporting from Florida. Julie, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC international correspondent Matt Bradley, who is live in Tel Aviv. Matt, tell us what the situation is like there right now in Israel and some of what we are hearing from the Israeli government now more than 24 hours into this operation.
Yeah, well, I was just coming into work today. It's a Sunday. This is the beginning of the work week for Israelis, and the streets are largely deserted. There were some pretty serious bombardments that did strike Tel Aviv last night. But I got to tell you, Joe, it was very underwhelming when compared to last June's attacks. We have seen now one death related to these strikes, one death that was directly caused by the strikes. There were other deaths reportedly around them that weren't necessarily directly caused by them. We've seen more than 100 injuries, and many people, at least 2 people, have been moderately wounded. So really, we're talking about a pretty underwhelming casualty count compared to what we saw last year, where there were 30 deaths and many, many more injuries. It is unclear to Israelis and to the world just how much firepower the Iranians have left and how much longer this is going to last. Shortly after dawn this morning, about 24 hours into this operation, we were woken up by a succession of various different, basically one after another, air raid sirens. So it looks as though the Iranians are still trying to retaliate against the Israelis. Whether or not that continues, it's unclear. We haven't heard much from the Israeli government yet this morning. We did hear from the military spokesperson, but we haven't heard much in the way of new news. The Israelis did say that they had managed to kill 40 Iranian leaders in those attacks overnight, and those attacks yesterday.
Matt Bradley reporting from Tel Aviv. Matt, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC's Raf Sanchez, who's live in London for us. I mean, Raf, relations are moving forward between the U.S. and Iran. This is certainly going to be challenging those relations as Iran figures out who's going to lead them moving forward. We heard the president say about 24 hours ago, this is an opportunity for people in Iran to step up and take over their government. But observers will tell you it is not going to be that simple. That's easier said than done. So what do we know about who's leading the country and who might be leading the country moving forward?
Yeah, Joe. So Ayatollah Khamenei had been the supreme leader in 1989. And barely anyone in the U.S. government who has any experience of dealing with an Iran that is not under his leadership. This is really uncharted territory. What we are here.
We have breaking news. The U.S. is currently striking Iran.
Wait, I thought it was just Israel.
Nope, we just got confirmation that the strikes against Iran are a joint attack between the U.S. and Israel, with U.S. officials saying they expect this attack to be far more extensive than the American strikes last June against Iranian nuclear facilities.
What does that even mean?
We don't know. Of course, last June, our strikes, roughly 8 months ago, targeted 3 nuclear facilities, but the strikes right now are happening in the capital of Tehran and other cities across Iran. U.S. officials told the New York Times that dozens of U.S. strikes are being carried out by attack planes based around the Middle East and from aircraft carriers. Do we know the nature of these strikes? This is all happening right now, so we're learning as time goes, but Israeli news organization Ynet is reporting some of these strikes were precision assassinations of Iranian leaders, with every missile assigned to a designated target, and there is smoke in the district in Tehran where the supreme leader of Iran lives, but nothing has been confirmed.
What's happening in the U.S. and Israel?
Well, not a lot in the U.S. Most lawmakers are asleep, although Republican Rep. Thomas Massie called this unauthorized acts of war, but in Israel, there is a lockdown with a general closure of schools, workplaces, and public gatherings, and now sirens are going off.
So the strikes aren't just in the capital, Tehran?
Nope, we're just learning explosions have been heard in other cities across Iran too.
Wow.
And all right, guys, we are back from our technical difficulty break. I mean, see, it wasn't that bad, right? Right. All right, shout out to she says crazy info. Yesterday was 9/11/1447 of the Islamic calendar. The 47th president took out a regime that was in charge for 47 years, also 47 days after the first Iranian protests. Well, I mean, it all lines up so perfectly, but we don't know if they're out of power yet, Tove. We do not know yet. I'm hoping that they are, but we got like 5 more people that they got to take out before we can say the regime has been ended, because they still got successors, like, sadly.
For the statements, the representative of Iran.
All right, let's get it. U.S. UN ambassador tells off Iran to his face at tense UN meeting.
Asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Thank you. I have one word only. I advise to the representative of the United States to be polite. It will be better for yourself and the country you represent. Thank you.
The representative of the United States has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Frankly, I'm not going to dignify this with another response, especially as this representative sits here in this body representing a regime that has killed tens of thousands of its own people and imprisoned.
Well, 5,000. And let's be real. People who say tens and thousands, bro, you can look that up and there is no corroborable. So there's no verifiable sources that Iran killed 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Some people even went as high as 1,000 protesters. Yeah, there's no verifiable proof that that actually happened. What Iran came out with was about 5,000 civilians were killed during the protests. 4,500 were the civilian protesters, and 500 were Iranian police. And that's what's been verified. And there's been nothing else. There's been no body count to sit there. There's been no names released of the 40 to 100,000 people that they like to claim was killed. And I'm just giving you guys the real. Like, trust me, it's straight war propaganda. But hey, it's up to you if you want to believe that or not. If you want to believe that Iran actually took out 100,000 of its own citizens, I mean, 4,500, but okay. And I'll be real with you, when they say took out thousands of their citizens, I'm like, yeah, 4,000 is still thousands of their citizens, and it's still wrong, and it's not a good thing. But they just keep hyping it up to kind of push people towards war.
Many more simple.
Oh, guy in charge for 47 years. All right.
For one,
That is true. He was in charge for 47 years. I told him.
Freedom from your tyranny. Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates, this is a moment in history that requires moral clarity, and President Trump has met the moment. The most fundamental duty of any sovereign government is the protection of its people. Operation Epic Fury is directed towards specific and strategic objectives: to dismantle missile capabilities that threaten allies, to degrade naval assets used to destabilize international waters, and to disrupt the machinery that arms proxy militias, and to ensure the Iranian regime never, ever can threaten the world with a nuclear weapon. As President Trump said last night, for decades, the Iranian regime has willfully destabilized the world. It has killed American forces and citizens, threatened regional allies, and jeopardized the security of international shipping upon which the world depends. Its massive support for violent proxies, declared terrorist organizations, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and others, has brought bloodshed and disorder across the Middle East for far too long. This is not speculation. We know this to be true, and our men and women have paid for the actions of this regime and the IRGC with their lives. No responsible nation can ignore persistent aggression and violence. The regime in Tehran has led attacks that have cost American lives, hundreds of U.S. Marines in Lebanon, thousands of troops in Iraq. American hostage after hostage has suffered. Our ships fired upon dozens of times in the Red Sea. Iran has armed and financed militant organizations that undermine lawful governments and destabilize an already fragile region. Iran's continued pursuit of advanced missile capabilities, coupled with its refusal to abandon nuclear ambitions despite diplomatic opportunities, presents a grave and mounting danger.
And as we just heard from the foreign minister of Oman, that's a lie. They actually were ready to give up their nuclear program, and everybody walked out happy, but for some reason, we still struck them or cooperated with Israel to strike them.
The international community has long affirmed a simple and necessary principle: Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That principle is not a matter of politics. It's a matter of global security. And to that end, the United States is taking lawful actions. This body, the United States Security Council, has acted repeatedly on this threat. 20 years ago, starting in 2006, Resolution 1696 demanded that Iran suspend all uranium enrichment related and reprocessing activities, invoking Chapter 7 of the UN Charter and adopting a legally binding resolution. When Iran failed to comply, this council followed with Resolution 1737, imposing mandatory sanctions, including bans on nuclear-related materials and technology, asset freezes on key individuals and entities linked to their nuclear program, and establishing a sanctions committee. Subsequent resolutions, 1747 in the year 2007.
AKA, we punished the hell out of them through sanctions and any other means for having a nuclear program that we didn't know for sure was going to be turned into a nuclear weapons program, or was it just going to be maintained for, medical use and energy?
Expanded arms embargoes and asset freezes. Resolution 1803 in 2008 tightened restrictions on dual-use goods and calling for the inspections of Iranian cargo. Resolution 1835 in 2008 reaffirmed the need for full compliance. And Resolution 1927 in 2010, which was the most comprehensive, banning ballistic missile activities, tightening the conventional arms embargo, targeting the IRGC and shipping lines, and prohibiting new Iranian banking relationships, built a robust multilateral framework to curb Iran's nuclear and missile pursuits. These measures, again, adopted under Chapter 7, represented the world's collective judgment that Iran's actions pose a threat to international peace and security. And despite numerous opportunities for an alternative path, Iran remained defiant. And the Security Council decided on September 19th of last year, 2025, to restore these measures, snap back sanctions, sending a clear message that the world will not acquiesce to threats and half measures, and Tehran would be held to account. On top of these actions by the UN, American diplomacy was attempted repeatedly and in good faith. President Trump, Secretary Rubio, our special envoys, Witkoff and Kushner, were relentlessly dedicated to diplomacy. But diplomacy cannot succeed where there is no genuine willingness to cease aggression, where there is no genuine partner for peace. As President Trump said today, and he spoke directly.
All right, let's get into some a bit of breaking news. Let's see. Our Iranian Red Crescent reports that Israel just bombed multiple hospitals in Tehran, schools and hospitals. Yeah, I mean, but hey, man, they're going to say to you that it was Iran. But, I mean, hey, it is what it is. Fog of war. Fog of war. All right. Let's go to the next one right here.
Some breaking news. Iran has officially announced the death of Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. But you need to know what's about to happen next because of this. Well, first, Iran has declared a 40-day state of mourning in response to his death because it's that big a deal. But as well as that, millions of Iranians have taken to the streets to protest against the U.S.
Yeah, like I told you, they were like mourning for like days, standing in front of the mosque. I was like, bro, and he's still there mourning. I was like, wow.
As well as that, millions of Iranians have taken to the streets to protest against the US and Israel killing him. And instead, now they want a revenge attack against the US. I will say it's a pretty even split in Iran. There is another big group of people that is protesting in support of the US and Israel because the Iranians don't really like Khamenei. But there's way more than that. In fact, in response to Khamenei being killed, it sparked huge riots and protests all around the world around American embassies. In fact, the American consulate in Pakistan has come under attack over the last few hours, with protesters even trying to smash the windows and burn the building down. That's how crazy this is. But it gets worse. This has happened all over the Middle East, whether it's in Iraq, Syria, etc. People from all over the Middle East now are getting incredibly mad and starting to riot in response to Khamenei being killed, and they're rioting against the US. Iran, though, has also said that their attacks are...
Yeah, like Shia Muslims and surrounding Muslim countries are, well, attacking the US, attacking US embassies.
Are going to continue over the next few days, and Khamenei being killed is not the nail in the coffin, and Iran will not go down without a fight. And so I'm going to be continuing to keep you updated as I did yesterday in the first day of this war, and now we're into day 2. And so leave me...
Yeah, it is day 2 of the war. I'll tell you that right now. Well, all right, man. Let's go ahead and get into, day 2 of the war. See what's going down.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
I'm David Enders, and this is The Take. As Israel's war on Gaza continues, we're coming to you on Sundays with a weekly roundup. This week, 151 days into a ceasefire, Israel has killed at least 618 Palestinians in Gaza. Israel and the United States are attacking Iran and have killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the country's supreme leader. Today is Sunday, March 1st. Israel has killed more than 72,082 Palestinians in Gaza since October 7, 2023. On Saturday morning, the United States and Israel began multiple waves of strikes across Iran, killing an unknown number of people, though early reports suggest the deaths are in the hundreds and include children, some of whom were at school when the strikes began. Early Sunday morning, Iran confirmed that its supreme leader, 86-year-old Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was among the dead. Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi reported from Tehran.
We are expecting actually the initiation of a process that at the end of the day could pave the way for the appointment of a new supreme leader. Right now, the control of the country is going to be taken by a council composed of Iranian president, as well as the head of judiciary, as well as one of the members of Guardian Council, one of the clerks from Guardian Council. And this is going to be a very limited period of time, as they are saying that they are going to do it as soon as possible. And after that, we're going to have the expert assembly, or in Persian, Majlis Khubregan, who are responsible for making the decision and appoint the supreme leader.
Khamenei was the country's second supreme leader, taking over after the death of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, who led the 1979 revolution that successfully toppled Iran.
Oh man, hold on now. Shout out this guy. All right, here. So we're getting some breaking in. And so let's see here. Statements regarding our So Geo confirmed, and these guys kind of got grilled because they were putting out the facts of they're the ones who pretty much broke the story on the school on how it was next to a building because Geo confirmed it. Shout out to these guys. But anyway, they're saying statements regarding our post about the bombing of girls' elementary school reportedly resulting in the deaths of over 100 girls. Because many readers still misunderstand our post and how geolocation verification works, I will explain this as simply as possible. The girls' school was located next to a military base, and according to multiple sources, even within the parameter of that base. However, this does not make it a legitimate target under the law of armed conflict, even if it's within the premises. The school was not Pakistan or Afghanistan, as some claims suggest, because the location is geo-confirmed. This footage is not old. In Iran, schools are opened on Saturdays through Thursday. We're Saturday through Thursdays in Iran. Interesting. Fact, the school located in Manab, Hamazgan province, Iran, was destroyed based on the footage. Geolocation of the school building. You can go ahead and get it confirmed right here. 2, the claim that the explosion was caused by a failed IRGC missile launch has no supporting evidence at this time. All right, at this time. The widely circulated footage used to support this theory originates from a location approximately 1,300 kilometers away from the school. So yes, the video that you guys think is the Iranian missile going towards the school is not it. That's actually far away from the school and going in the opposite direction, I believe. It is impossible. It is impossible that a missile failure visible there could cause the bombing at such a distance. At this moment, there is no proof that a failed missile launch caused the incident. There you go. I don't know why people want to sit there and say that Iran did it when there is no evidence. Even people outside of Iran is saying that Iran didn't do it.
Iran's government. Al Jazeera's Victoria Gattenby filed this obituary.
When Khomeini died in 1989, he became supreme leader, a surprise candidate. In the early 1990s, Iran began to reclaim a broader regional role. In 2015, Khamenei authorized Iran to sign a nuclear deal with world powers, most notably the US, under which Iran agreed to reduce its uranium enrichment in exchange for the lifting of Western sanctions. But the US withdrew from the agreement in 2018 under President Trump. In 2020, the United States assassinated Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani, further deteriorating Iran's relations with the West. Tensions flared again after protests broke out in Iran in December 2025. President Trump said he would attack Iran if it executed hundreds of protesters. Washington began a rapid and large-scale military buildup in the region. Weeks of diplomatic effort to de-escalate followed, with Oman mediating 3 rounds of indirect talks between the US and Iran. Iran had proposed a deal authorized by Khamenei, but on the eve of further talks, Israel and the US attacked Iran.
The United States announced on Sunday that strikes against Iran would occur for a second day. Iran continued to retaliate, firing missiles and drones at Israel, as well as toward US military bases in Bahrain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. Al Jazeera's Manuel Rapallo reported from Washington, D.C., shortly after U.S. President Donald Trump took to social media to announce Khamenei's death.
Of course, that is not one of the primary objectives of Operation Epic Fury that was stated by President Trump early on Saturday. That primary narrative by the White House has remained the same, saying that this operation, in conjunction with Israel's military, was necessary to protect U.S. forces in the region, to prevent Iran from carrying out any threats and to contain Iran's nuclear ambitions. We should also note here that President Trump has been framing this moment as an opportunity for the Iranian people themselves, sort of appealing to the Iranian people to take control of their government. And at this point, we have no reason to expect that, despite the pressure mounting here domestically against President Trump from Democrats primarily, but even members of his own base, and the pressure mounting and criticism mounting internationally, there's no reason to believe that President Trump or the White House will be walking back any portions of that narrative.
As Iran retaliated against Israel with multiple waves of missiles, Israel restricted movement for Palestinians, including closing crossings in and out of the Gaza Strip. And as Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim reported from the occupied West Bank, debris from Israeli interceptions of incoming projectiles creates another danger for Palestinians.
Israel defense systems that were built to protect Israelis all around have also been favoring Israeli settlers in the way they've been designed.
All right, enough about the Israeli settlers who are slowly taking over the West Bank because, you know, people like to hide that fact. I guess today I'm going to help them do it. I'm just playing. But we all know that Israel's going to take the West Bank and Gaza.
Iran's capital for a second day. Large explosions have been heard across Tehran. Israel's military says it's carrying out what it's calling a broad wave of strikes in the heart of the Iranian capital. The U.S. and Israel launched coordinated strikes across Iran on Saturday, accusing Tehran of advancing its nuclear program. The Red Crescent says hundreds of people have been killed. We have a team of correspondents covering this breaking news story for us in Tehran, Washington, D.C., Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and here in Doha. But first, we are going to go to Mohammed Val, who joins us now live from Tehran. Mohammed, Iranian media, and we have been hearing throughout the morning explosions reported in the capital, Tehran. What are you hearing and seeing where you are now?
Yes, Marlene, we've been witnesses to those strikes just less than 2 hours ago. And unusually, because during the last couple of days, the strikes were around Tehran, but not in the middle of the city. But today, it's a different scenario. We've seen that firsthand, very close to the places where we were. And the news that we have so far is that several locations have been hit.
Oh, God, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. All right, let's keep it going.
Including some around the airport of Mehrabad, which is the second most important airport in the country. It is in Tehran. But there is no specific information about those targets, whether they are security places or whether they are military, but the understanding is that they are all linked to the army, the Iranian army, and also the other facilities that have to do with the government. So this is really a new stage in this campaign, because people haven't seen the heart of Tehran, at least since the beginning of this campaign, being hit so hard, and that shows that the campaign.
Hey, shout out to my man Anthony. He had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support, and I appreciate that. Oh, God, shout out to all those supporters. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's keep it going.
Campaign is getting closer and closer to many places that were considered safe before, including hotels, major hotels, major malls and facilities and so on. These have to do with the lives of ordinary people. So people are more afraid now than ever before, because this campaign is getting very close to their homes, very close to their interests and to the places where they should go resort for asking for, looking for food or provisions or anything else. And that gives an idea about the intentions and purposes of this campaign. Some are talking about messages, strong messages to the leadership and also to the people, those people who are still in doubt.
All right, though. Let's see what these guys over here at Fox News talking about. Get right.
United States military. A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
We are facing an act of aggression, and obviously we have every right to defend ourselves.
We've been hit. We've been hit.
History unfolding in the Middle East. The U.S. and Israel carrying out an unprecedented military operation, crippling Tehran's leadership by taking out Iran's supreme leader, along with
Chief of Staff of Armed Forces eliminated. Let's see here. Former chairman of the SPND organization, defense minister of Iran assassinated. Yep. They hit most of these guys. Most of them.
with dozens of other top officials.
The devastating blow to Iran's Islamic regime, a result of one of the largest military operations in the history of modern warfare, with 900 U.S. strikes in just 12 hours, using 2 aircraft carriers, 3 destroyers, and B-2 stealth bombers, in striking at least 500 Iranian targets.
We've already seen dozens of U.S. military bases targeted with retaliatory strikes as Iran vows revenge.
President Trump urging Iran not to return fire or face, quote, force that has never been seen before.
The sentiment for Iranian Americans across the globe, elation, celebrations erupting after the strikes came down in what could be the best hope for relief from the Islamic regime's reign in decades. We begin this morning with Jennifer Griffin to walk us through this history-making mission. And good morning, Jennifer. It's really quite remarkable when you look at the total package.
Griff, very remarkable, but also a complicated picture emerging this morning. The Iranian leadership that did survive, and there are a few leaders that did survive, the president, as well as Ali Larijani, who's very powerful in Iran, have threatened the U.S. and threatened to attack 27 U.S. bases across the Middle East. And we've been seeing a lot of those missiles flying into neighboring countries. A mob also tried to storm the U.S. embassy in Baghdad.
I mean, they're hitting civilian places as well, just trying to hit these U.S. bases because they don't really know exactly where they are. Like they're hitting them, and they're also hitting the surrounding area, which is basically where people are at as well.
And Pakistani security forces used batons to push back an angry crowd threatening the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. Both Iraq and Pakistan, of course, have large Shia Muslim populations. And British Defense Secretary John Healey said 2 missiles had been fired towards Cyprus, where the British Army has service members stationed. In Tehran, following the announcement of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, there were spontaneous outbursts of celebration on the one hand, but also some crowds chanting today in downtown Tehran, "Death to America." Not clear if these were spontaneous or organized protests, but you can assume that the remnants of the regime and the IRGC will want to present a united front, suggesting that the regime will survive. The man to watch is Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. He just gave an interview in which he described the killing of Ali Khamenei as extremely painful, threatening revenge, quote, "The United States and the Zionists have burned the heart of the Iranian people, and we will burn their hearts." Meantime, Iran managed to fire more than 300 missiles at the UAE, where the U.S. has a military base at Al Dhafra, about the same number as it fired toward Israel. Actually, about 100 ballistic missiles were fired toward Israel yesterday, according to the IDF. So this was actually more missiles fired at UAE. Iran has expanded its response, even firing.
Yeah, because I'm be real with you. UAE and surrounding, Gulf countries, they're sitting ducks. They don't have an Iron Dome like Israel has, and Israel's still getting hit with an Iron Dome. So, like, think about like this: things are landing in Israel, and they got protection. So, what you think is going on in these other countries, bro? Relentless missile fire and drones.
Missiles at Oman, which tried to negotiate that last minute nuclear deal and avoid war. Qatar received about 65 Iranian missiles since yesterday, and Bahrain approximately 35. And explosions have been heard in eastern Riyadh, Saudi Arabia today. Israel, meantime, has increased its airstrikes and says it will now target Iran's nuclear facilities. And just moments ago, hit the headquarters of the IRGC and barracks in Tehran. That is where the massacre of last month's Iranian protesters was organized and carried out. Smoke has been seen rising from near Iran's state broadcasting facility in Tehran. And in terms of the U.S.
Yeah, I just got a breaking in right now. Let me see here. Drone strikes against U.S. military base in Kuwait. So yeah, there was a strike there about like 26 minutes ago, was reported. Dang.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that's American, all right. That's American. Got a tank right there and all that. Okay.
Yeah, right here. Oh my God.
All right, though, let's get back to Fox News.
U.S. operation yesterday, the U.S. military, we learned, carried out 900 strikes in 12 hours. 10 to 15 senior leaders of the Iranian government and military were killed in that Israeli strike on Ali Khamenei's compound. Multiple sources tell me that the start of the operation, the joint operation, had to be moved up based on intelligence and this target of opportunity, a meeting at Khamenei's compound. Quote, there was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline. That is why the U.S.
Dang, so they knew he was going to be there when usually he's not supposed to, but they knew he was going to be there. There was a meeting, and they caught it at the right time to drop that bomb.
In Israel took the unusual decision to strike during the daytime to achieve the element of surprise and to target this meeting. Normally, the U.S. military would not launch an operation like this during the day. The meeting accelerated the timeline, I'm told. This was a massive, wildly bold daytime attack, a senior U.S. defense official told me. It caught the senior leadership off guard and on a Saturday morning during Ramadan and on Shabbat in the daytime. We hit the senior leaders right out of the gate, I was told. But some survived, including, as I mentioned, Ali Larijani, the man to watch, and Iran's president, who issued a statement just moments ago. Griff?
Yeah, and Jennifer, you mentioned what we're watching, what Larijani will do now. And, you know, I think we've focused so much on the IRGC, but would Larijani possibly try and go after or try to activate the Basij? People haven't talked much about the Basij, and it's important to understand that is a strong militia that could be sympathetic to the IRGC within Iran.
Absolutely. The Basij are like the internal police, this state police that are really very vicious and were responsible for a lot of the killing of those 32,000 protesters who were killed in December and January in Iran. The Basij are still a factor. Remember, we've talked about this in the past, but in the early days of the Iraq War, a lot of those security forces just took off their uniforms and floated away and then reorganized and came back and began carrying out terror attacks. Now, the difference this time is the U.S. will not be occupying Iran. They don't have ground forces that are going in, so there won't be any targets inside Iran. But those Basij and the paranoia that's been created over decades of theocracy and state control and authoritarianism in Iran is going to make it may be one of the reasons you're not seeing people come out quite in the large numbers that you might expect after such strikes on their behalf. But I think people are scared, and they have a right to be scared that they were slaughtered in the last 2 months. So what you're also likely to see, Griff.
All right, reported 35 minutes ago, there was a strike in Qatar. Yes, a strike on the American base in Qatar, which is actually one of our allies. Let's see here. Well, our best ally in the Middle East. Damn. Jeez. All right, though, back to Fox News. I know the siren's probably getting on y'all nerves.
Is the IRGC launch through proxies, through sleeper cells around the world, targets of opportunity. They tend to fight asymmetrically with terror attacks. And
oh, shout out to my man Jet. He says any country who got to 60% enrichment has nukes now. Why Iran be any different? Then those countries still don't like that. It sounds like Israel running it. I mean, here's the thing, bro. Any country who got 60% enrichment has nukes now. Yeah, I'm gonna say it like this. One, like we will never. I'm gonna say we have never confirmed that Iran has been progressing towards nukes, have been trying to make a nuclear bomb or anything like that. They've never tried it, but they have enriched uranium past 60%, as they say, as a deterrent. Now, a lot of you guys can see that as a threat, or you can see it for what they say it is, as a deterrent, so that we don't attack them and they don't try to progress towards a bomb. Now that Iran's at war, does that mean that they're progressing towards a bomb? Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, let's be real. Strategically, it's not a bad idea. But we're hoping that they not, because we will further obliterate their country, sadly. I mean, that's what we're going to do if they even try to.
that is what I would.
And they will further, obliterate American bases and the surrounding countries for some reason. It is what it is. At least they told us.
Expect to see assassinations, terror attacks, but it won't happen immediately. It'll be when we let down our guard. And I think the strategy right now from.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He said, especially with Israel moving goalposts like Dems. Exactly. I mean, that's the main thing. If this was about their nuclear capabilities, we'd have been signed to deal with Iran. But it's not. It's about Iran's ability to defend itself that Israel does not want for it. Israel does not want to allow Iran to have the right to defend themselves. Israel has the right to defend themselves, but not Iran, is basically what we're getting here.
What I am observing is that Iran is firing missiles at all of the states surrounding in the region, all of the states that host U.S. military bases, trying to create so much chaos that there's maybe pressure at the UN or elsewhere calling for a stop to the war. And if they think they can just survive these initial strikes and then regroup, that is their strategy at this point. But I'm not sure it's going to work, because it's really mobilized all those strikes on UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia has just mobilized those nations to prepare to engage.
Yeah, it's like it's going to cause a regional conflict, and it's going to be in Iran. Like, what was it? I mean, Saudi Arabia says, bro, if you keep attacking us and you keep throwing missiles at the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to attack you. UAE said the same thing. So, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, they have the right to defend themselves, too.
Iran at this time.
Jennifer, there's been a lot of people commenting at the level of intel that the U.S. and especially Israel had prior to this attack, that it's really been impressive. So they've taken out this leadership. You talk about the leaders that are left behind. Based on the intel that they have, I mean, do they think that this B team, or I don't know, maybe this is the C team that's left behind, do they have the ability, the authority, the capacity to do what the A team could do? I'm just curious if that was taken into account. Like, why weren't they also taken out? And then also the security, the special security forces that you and Griff were talking about.
Well, I think, first of all, Ali Larijani would be part of the A team. So some of the A team did survive. And that is what's dangerous in these kind of strikes. We've seen with Hezbollah and elsewhere that there are usually follow-on strikes. And usually the person who moves up in the rankings, they then have the bullseye on their back. Obviously, the U.S. and Israel have excellent intelligence. This could not have been carried out without human intelligence.
I mean, yeah, literally, like the intelligence is off the charts. Like, and you could tell, like, Israel still got Mossad agents in Iran. They still got them in there. Even after they burned a good amount of them during the 12-day war, they still got them in high numbers to the point where they're able to get intel on where Khomeini was and commit to that strike.
Intelligence on the ground. They've been mapping these sites that they targeted for months, if not years. But in terms of the human intelligence that would have led to knowing that a meeting was taking place of 10 to 15 top leaders, I mean, you can't underestimate the impact, and also the impact of killing Ali Khamenei, who is the spiritual.
Oh, and shout out Evil Eye McGaming for sending 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up, and helping me reach the goal so we can open up the call-in line.
Leader, that was literally, as Ali Larijani said, a knife in the heart of those who followed him. So this was a very significant strike. It is not over, and there are still remaining leaders, and certainly they're going to be very careful about how they move around. But as soon as the U.S. and Israel can suppress the air defense systems, and they're in the process of doing that, they're going to have a lot easier time than flying their air forces over Iranian territory, and then it becomes a lot harder for those leaders to hide. But that is still a few days off, I'm told. And in terms of the besieged, in terms of the IRGC, I mean, you're talking thousands of people who are in, if not 150,000 people who are in those security forces and who are believers, true believers, and who are willing to die, and suicide bombers and whatever have you. That is very hard to target. You can target their headquarters, you can target their leadership, but this is complicated. And remember, there are a lot of allies in Iraq. Iraq has a lot of Shia militias. We just heard that some of them have fired some missiles at some of the neighboring states as well, and they also are firing at a U.S. base in Erbil right now. So this is very complicated. There are Shia Muslims around the world who. There are many who will celebrate the end, if this in fact is the end of the theocracy in Iran. Many of those people who went into exile, the dissidents who left after the Shah's regime fell, but there are also many who supported that regime and believe that this was a strategy.
And all right, so Iran has officially struck a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. So they're not playing around with us, pretty much. They're pretty much saying, no, if you actually do come around here, we will shoot down a plane or anything that's going through the Strait of Hormuz. Right here.
2% inside have. Two person inside have.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to the Fox News video.
On Shia Islam.
Jennifer Griffin, great reporting last 24 hours, especially. Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, now to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst, live in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey. What is going on there now?
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Throughout the morning, we've heard air raid sirens sounding across Israel's second largest city. The Iranians still trying to respond. In the distance, you can still hear some of those car alarms going off after those incoming missiles were intercepted overhead. We are getting some new video from the Israelis who launched a fresh round of strikes into the heart of Tehran this morning, going after a very specific building. Exclusively, an Israeli intelligence official tells Fox News that the building you see blown up here in the Iranian capital was used by the IRGC as a command center during the demonstrations earlier this year, as a place to order the crackdown against protesters. This official says that the specific location was used to command the massacring of protesters. Again, though, the Iranians have been responding over.
And breaking, we do have, well, sadly, breaking 3 U.S. troops killed in Iran strikes. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Let's get into it.
Learning. And we're just learning that 3 service members, according to CENTCOM, have been U.S. service members have been killed in Iranian strikes, reminding us of the incredible stakes that are at play here. Earlier, we were talking about the.
By the way, 5 have been seriously
About to crucify this man Trump over this.
er,
Bro, like, let's be real. They're going to crucify this man over this. Oof, this is not looking good, but I mean, God rest their souls. Let's get right into it, though. Let's see. White men Air Force Base. Well, damn.
And we're just learning that 3 service members, according to CENTCOM, have been U.S. service members have been killed in Iranian strikes, reminding us of the incredible stakes that are at play here. Earlier, we were talking about the.
By the way, 5 have been seriously wounded as well.
Earlier, we were, Griff, you and I were talking about the B-2s. And of course, this would be this bombing on which was designed to basically leave Iran blind and deaf to all the follow-on attacks, is separate from the 30 bombs that were dropped on the Khomeini's compound.
That's correct, because again, what they're trying to do is to hit targets, in the case of this B-2 mission, to take out the ballistic missiles, and they've used the bunker busters because those are deep underneath the ground in some cases. And with the attack on the meeting that was happening, the intelligence they got, that's in obviously the building, that spectacular video we saw. But, you know, just that last news, I mean, to be reporting live now that 3 service members have been killed, 5 critically injured, really is a stark reminder of what's at stake. And the president noting that casualties were a real possibility here.
And he did say
He said it was a war and casualties are a part of it.
that casualties were a possibility. But as we know, in these kinds of conflicts, there's a lot of unpredictable things that can happen. I think now more than ever, I hope the president will come back on and speak to the American people. And make the
there goes the guys who were saying there were going to be 0 casualties. We're just so much powerful than Iran that we can never get a casualty. They'll never touch us. How is that working out now? I mean, it sounded good in the beginning, but now that we're here and 3 soldiers have been killed, like I said, and I blame Iran, trust me, like it makes me hate them even more. But at the end of the day, we were kind of telling you guys why this should not be a thing that we're championing, that we're trying to push towards, because, well, people's lives are at risk, not just innocent civilians in Muslim countries, but our soldiers as well.
case, perhaps more fully, more completely for why we're in this conflict, because there's going to be even more questions following this. I think that's really important to look at the politics here as well, that there are a lot of people that are on either side, on the right, on the left, who will need more explanation.
CENTCOM posting on X as of 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, March 1st, 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action and 5 are seriously wounded as part of an Operation Epic Fury. Several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions and are in the process of being returned to duty. Major combat operations continue and our response effort is ongoing. The situation is fluid, so out of respect for the families, we will withhold additional information. We will keep you posted. More Fox and Friends coming up.
All right, then let's see what let's go ahead and see what the left side of media got to say about this. ABC News.
Military officials, CENTCOM U.S. military officials confirming 3 U.S. service members have been killed, 5 others wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. This coming amid growing turmoil in the Middle East as the U.S., Israel, and Iran trade fresh strikes after the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Iran targeting Israel and U.S. allies in the Gulf. Israel says 8 people are confirmed dead after a missile barrage there, and the United Arab Emirates is reporting 3 dead. Neighboring Arab countries are on high alert.
Hold on. Bro, I'm sorry, but shut your dumb ass up, bro. Shut your dumb ass up. We were telling you, the anti-war side, you guys want to call us isolationists. We've been told you this was going to happen. We told you every step of the way what was going to happen, and y'all sat there and y'all try to call us names, and we were right. We were right. That's what y'all upset about, the fact that we were right and you guys were fucking wrong. And guess what? Now there's 3 American families that will not see their loved ones. Because what? You guys wanted to push war with Iran? Yeah, we were right. Sorry, we told you so. We told you this wasn't a good idea. We told you it wasn't in our best interest. And look where we're at. Please, cope some more.
Protests break out at U.S. embassies and consulates. Tear gas was fired as protesters gathered outside the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. And in Pakistan, several people were killed. We have extensive team coverage in the region and here in the U.S. But we begin with ABC News Chief International Correspondent James Longman in Istanbul, Turkey, with the very latest on this major escalation. James, we are just getting word of these first American casualties. What can you tell us about the American service members that were killed?
Yeah, that's right, Janae. The stakes in this conflict are just being raised every moment as this war continues and seems to spiral. We have a statement from CENTCOM, US Central Command, saying as of 9:30 a.m. Eastern, March 1st, 3 US service members have been killed in action and 5...
Now I do want to ice these, man. Now I do want to strike Iran with a nuke now. Now that it's taking American lives, now I'm upset, but we told y'all this was going to happen, but for some reason, y'all kept playing in our face, going like, well, you know, S.E.T, we're just so advanced. They can never touch us. They got 3 of us. Like, come on.
Seriously wounded.
And God forbid that there's more. God forbid. But most likely.
As part of Operation Epic Fury. Several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions and are in the process of being returned to duty. Major combat operations continue and our response effort is ongoing. It goes on to say the situation is fluid, so out of respect for the families, we will withhold additional information, including the identities of our fallen warriors, until the 24 hours after next of kin have been notified. There is, of course, a huge American presence in the Middle East. I'm not going to speculate on where exactly these casualties may have occurred, but we know that there are a huge number of US troops in the region, not just those that were sent by the White House, by Donald Trump over these last few weeks, but the permanent presence that the US has all across this region, some 35,000 US service personnel. You will remember, though, Janae, that when Donald Trump made his announcement that these strikes were happening, he did concede that there may well be U.S. casualties. He said, the lives of courageous...
I'll give him that. Come on now. Shout out to Trump. He was being honest. He's like, look, I'm going to be real with you. This is a war. There's going to be U.S. casualties, but we're going to win. And I mean, yes, we're going to win. I mean, bro, it's not like we would never lose to Iran, but it's not like it's not without no losses. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's not going to be a flawless victory. Like, this ain't Mortal Kombat. So sorry, but yeah, we were going to take some L's on that. And we took three American lives.
American heroes may be lost and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. He went on to say that this is something that needs to be done for the security of the United States. There's a suggestion that the war was launched to stop Iran from launching missiles at the US homeland and, of course, to neutralize whatever efforts the Iranians are making at rebuilding their nuclear capacity. That is the information we have at the moment on those US casualties. It just goes to show how serious the situation remains, and it is ongoing. The Iranians continue to fire at will.
Like, it's crazy. I know Trump said there'd be casualties. Doesn't mean that because Trump said there'd be casualties, that means it's just okay now? Like, well, what are we saying, guys? I just want to know where we're at with this. I thought it was no new wars in the Middle East. We didn't get that. Now we don't want no casualties. We're not getting that. And now we're just saying, well, Donald Trump said it'd be casualties, so it's all good? Huh? Hold on.
This region so far, it's been at US bases, permanent installations across the Middle East. A number of Gulf countries have been in the firing line. I think at the last count, 8 countries outside Israel across this region have been targeted by drones and missiles by the Iranians. And here, the first American casualties of this war.
But all right, though. But all right. So, yeah. Like I said,
I wanted to give everybody.
I hate being the guy to say this, but I was telling you guys it was going to happen. That American lives most likely will be lost, but I was being a panikin apparently, or I was being an isolationist. Here we are, and what happened? Everything that I feared happened. But whatever, man. Whatever.
A little bit of a briefing on now the second day of hostilities between the United States and Iran, as well as the entire Middle Eastern region, where multiple different countries have now been struck. We have fatalities all across the Middle East and new announcements as well of some major attacks with world-changing implications. Just at the top, I do want to give a caution. This is a fast-moving situation. I'm going to give reports. I'm going to caveat everything together, and I'm going to try and say only when something is confirmed and when something is, of course, reported. So let's start with the most important news that has now been confirmed by the Iranian regime. And this is, of course, the death of the Ayatollah Khamenei. This was announced by President Trump. He says Khamenei, one of the...
Well, hold on. Let's see over here, our guys at NBC News.
Correspondent Courtney QB. Courtney, what more can you tell us about this breaking news right now? The U.S. service members who were killed. What are we learning? Do we know anything about how it happened?
Yeah, so far we know, according to U.S. Central Command, that's the military command in the Middle East, we know that at least 3 U.S. service members have been killed as part of this Operation Epic Fury. That's the airstrikes, this continuing campaign against Iran, and at least 5 others have been seriously wounded. Now, we know that others have sustained other injuries. The CENTCOM described them as shrapnel injuries and concussions as part of this. We're still trying to find out exactly where this occurred, if it was one location. What may sound familiar here, guys, is the idea of shrapnel injuries and concussions. You'll recall that when Iran struck at Al-Udeid, or excuse me, at Al-Assad Air Base in western Iraq several years ago after the U.S. killed Qasem Soleimani, there were a number of service members, dozens, in fact, who received concussions and traumatic brain injuries because of the concussive blast of the ballistic missiles that Iran launched at that base. So despite the fact that the individuals were able to get into shelters in most cases, get away from the blast, just the sheer magnitude of the ballistic missiles hitting caused some of those injuries. So it's not clear at this point whether that was what happened here or not, but that could be why CENTCOM is now reporting a number of concussions. Again, we're now reporting that at least 3 U.S. troops have been killed in Operation Epic Fury. At least 5 others have sustained serious injuries. And I have to say, this is an ongoing campaign against Iran by the United States, and Iran continues to retaliate. So this is a number that we will continue.
Monty, bro, I literally had people trying to sell me that, oh, we're just so advanced of a military that they're not even going to take out nobody. Was y'all not saying that? Y'all was. So I'm sorry, but what are you talking about, brother? I'm the one who said that casualties were going to be a thing. You guys were trying to tell me that we were just so advanced that it wasn't even a thing, that we'll just steamroll these guys and set you're worrying too much. That's what y'all told me. Man, this is wild
to watch, but it will likely change in the coming hours and days, guys.
Courtney, we know you'll update us the moment you get more information.
Like, maybe if y'all ain't gaslight me about it, I wouldn't be so turned up. That's all I gotta say.
But picking up where you left off, we know the U.S. military had been building up its presence in the region for several weeks. I mean, just walk us through now. We're on day 2 of this, past the initial strikes on day 1. What is the U.S. military involvement right now? Do we have an idea of just how long this operation could last for American forces?
We should be thinking about this not in terms of days, but in terms of weeks at this point, if in fact the military is expected to achieve these goals laid out by President Trump. And the only time we have heard from him since this campaign began, that was a social media video that the White House posted at about 2:30 in the morning, early Saturday morning, explaining the goals that he wants for this operation. And that is the destruction of Iran's nuclear program, the destruction of their ballistic missile program, as he put it, the annihilation of their Navy. And then, of course, this ultimate goal, which is to overthrow or topple the Iranian regime there, which the President Trump called on the people there to play a big part in. If in fact the U.S. military is expected to be used for those goals, this is not a short campaign. We have already seen, as you mentioned, Joe, the U.S. military bring in the largest amount of firepower, a concentrated amount of firepower in the region in a generation. They have already unleashed hundreds of strikes against Iran in just the first 20 or 32 hours or so since this began. As I mentioned, it is a sustained air campaign, and it's not just airstrikes. They are also striking from land and striking from the sea, but it's also not just about the offensive posture here. You know, I just mentioned these service members who were killed. Iran is also retaliating. They are lashing out at countries all throughout the region, trying to hit Americans, trying to hit hit the Israelis, and the U.S. is involved in the defense of that, not just the defense of U.S. bases, but the defense of allies. And as part of that, this massive amount of U.S. military who've moved into the region in recent weeks, they are also responsible for the defensive posture that, again, as Iran continues to lash out after the U.S. and Israel began these strikes early Saturday morning, the defensive piece of this will be just as important as the offensive piece, Joe.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
And alrighty, now let's go ahead and get over to the next one here. Let's see. Gotcha.
Israel says it launched a new wave of attacks against Iran overnight after a series of strikes Saturday morning killed Iran's supreme leader and other key government figures. As Allison Kosick reports, President Donald Trump has called on Iranians to use this moment to take back their country.
It's the announcement sending shockwaves around the world. Iran's supreme leader is dead. The 86-year-old killed in a massive coordinated U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran. President Trump posting on social media, "This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs." Satellite imagery showing extensive damage to the Supreme Leader's compound. Buildings leveled. Video posted online showing celebrations in Iran after news he'd been killed. Iranian video showing mourners lining up for his funeral. Sources telling ABC News the joint U.S.-Israeli strike was meticulously planned for months. The brazen daylight assault dubbed Operation Epic Fury. Trump laying out his case.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people.
The operation involving U.S. and Israeli fighter jets as Navy warships fired Tomahawk cruise missiles. At least 9 cities in Iran were targeted, including facilities of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. The president saying several of Iran's top leaders were also killed.
And it looks like they took out their radar as well. So we're pretty much dominating through air superiority all the way through. Because if we're taking out their radars, well, they won't be able to see our missiles coming anymore.
Iran swiftly retaliated. Israeli air defense intercepting a barrage of Iranian missiles over Tel Aviv, some still breaking through. U.S. officials say the operation could last for days, and the president acknowledging that there may be American casualties. Allison Kosick, ABC News, New York.
Demonstrations broke out all over the nation and world in response to the U.S. attacks on Iran. We're expecting another protest in Orlando today at noon. And this is what Orlando looked like Saturday when people gathered to protest. This was on Alafaya Trail in Waterford Lakes Town Center. Channel 9's JJ Burton was there and has more.
The protest today will be from 12 to 2 right out here in front of City Hall. Now, there's people who agree with the president's decision, and there's others on the other side who don't. From the signs they're holding high to their amplifying chants here on the corner of Alafaya Trail, their message is loud and clear.
I think I feel tired. I think a lot of working class people are feeling tired right now. It seems like there's always some other country being bombed.
Videos like this is what Americans woke up to Saturday morning.
I'm mad.
President Donald Trump gave the order to strike Iran overnight. He says the move took out most of Iran's leadership, including their supreme leader. And while protesters here are speaking out against it, there are others on the other side of this, and they say Iran left the president no choice.
People that are on the outside need to understand that we've been the first victims of the Iranian regime's brutality for almost 50 years. So we know the brutality that we have to deal with the government that's in Iran that does not represent the people. We don't want a theocracy anymore. We want a separation of church and state.
And the president says the bombings will continue into the week, and he called for Iranians to rise up against their government.
I think it's funny that Trump can get on that stage and talk about the danger or the threat that Iran poses on American citizens.
The Iranian Community Center, they will be out here this afternoon from 12 to 2 holding a rally. Reporting in downtown Orlando, I'm JJ Burton, 9 Eyewitness News.
God bless him.
Reaction from Florida politicians was split along party lines. Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried issued a statement saying in part, The Ayatollah has led an evil regime that has crushed the human rights of Iranians, escalated tensions in the area for decades, and sponsored terrorism around the globe. American troops, however, deserve better than a commander-in-chief that believes he is above accountability and the rule of law. On the other side, Republican Congressman Randy Fine said in part, "We are with you, Mr. President. We will cut off the head of the snake of Muslim terror, bring lasting peace to the Middle East, and save the Iranian people. Bombs away."
Heard that before. Wait, hold on. Randy Fine. I'm sorry, but Randy Fine hates Muslims, hates Arabs. This guy's a hateful bastard. I'll tell you that right now. This guy actually wants all of the... He actually enjoys what's going on in the Middle East. He don't give a damn. This is the guy that was actually wishing death on, well, Palestinians, even the children. So Randy Fine, this guy is unhinged.
Peace to the Middle East and save the Iranian people. Bombs away. Demonstrations were not just limited to the U.S. Here on the left in the big box, you're looking at Times Square in New York City, where
don't take Randy Fine for these protesters, though. I mean, let's be real. They have legitimate grievances. Randy Fine, he just hates Muslims and Arabs.
thousands gathered to protest and condemn actions taken by the U.S. and Israel. On the right up top, you can see people in Israel on a road leading from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, running and looking for shelters. The IDF was warning of Iranian missiles incoming. And just under that is Germany, where exiled Iranians were dancing and celebrating and waving Iranian flags. We translated some of what was said.
I am happy. No one wants war. The U.S. and Israel have their interest, but there is no other way for the Iranian people to ever experience freedom. This can only be achieved through external intervention, and I am happy about that people will simply gain a basic freedom like all of us. Iranians are happy that they finally received help from the outside, from the United States and Israel. We hope for a good ending.
Also in Germany, there were protesters outside.
All right, though, let's go ahead and get over into what Fox News is coming out with. CIA provided intel to target Khomeini's compound. Well, duh. But let's get into it.
The U.S. and Israel carrying out an unprecedented mission, effectively decapitating Iranian leadership in one of the largest military operations in modern warfare history.
Looming questions over the future of Iran this morning, with the country and its longstanding regime on edge after the Ayatollah and 40 other leaders eliminated in what we believe was one strike in broad daylight.
Jennifer Griffin joining us right now with some of the stunning details from the mission, plus new details we're just learning. Jennifer.
Griff, we've just been able to confirm that it was the CIA that provided the intelligence to the Israelis that led to that strike that allowed the Israelis to drop 30 missiles on the compound of the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. That was the strike that led to the death of 40 top leaders of Iran. But we have just been able to confirm that report that was first seen in the New York Times. Now, Iranian media is reporting the former Iranian president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was killed in a strike on his home yesterday, where he was being kept under house arrest for allegedly plotting a coup. You'll remember him as the fiery Iranian leader who first shocked the world by saying openly around 2005 that Israel should be, quote, wiped off the map. We have not been able to confirm the report of his death, but we did report yesterday that his home was targeted in a joint U.S.-Israeli strike, and now it appears as if Ahmadinejad may be no more. Now, well-placed sources I've spoken to suggest the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps was given pre-firing orders in the event of a decapitation strike or strike on the command and control of the IRGC's chain of command. The head of the IRGC was killed yesterday in that strike on the Supreme Leader's compound. But the missiles we see likely are the result of those decentralized orders having been given in advance. The Iranians are not going down without a fight, however. They have fired 137 missiles and 209 drones at the United Arab Emirates, at civilian buildings there, at hotels. 66 missiles at Qatar and 45 at Bahrain, along with 9 drones. In fact, in downtown Bahrain, the Crown Plaza Hotel was struck. Hotels and civilian apartment buildings are being hit by these missiles and drones in the neighboring Gulf states, not just being targeted are U.S. military bases. Missiles have been fired at a U.S. military base in Erbil, Iraq, however, likely by Shia militias in Iraq who have long been.
All right, though, let's get into this interview with Jeffrey Sachs, because everybody likes his political opinions. Well, his geopolitical opinions. Let's get right into it.
We have Jeffrey Sachs with us, Columbia University professor, one of the most well-regarded economists and commentators. He's put out a video right now that's going viral on what he believes is the real reason why Iran has been attacked. Professor Sachs, good to have you. Thank you for being here on NDTV on a big day for the region and a big day for the world. I'm going to ask you to tell our viewers, what you've said in that video, Professor Sachs. Why do you think Iran has been attacked?
This is the U.S. Attempt to continue or maintain or sustain its global hegemony. This is a war for control of the Middle East. It's a war for control of the oil of the Middle East. It is not at all what Donald Trump said about any threat from Iran. This is just an imperial lie. This is an imperial war, and it is a very vicious one, and it is probably the start of World War III, I have to say. I hope that it's not the start of nuclear annihilation, but I think it is a global war. And it is a war of U.S.-Israeli hegemony in the Middle East, and a war for global dominance. The United States invaded Venezuela to...
Yep, it's all about influence. It's all about taking out Iran's heavy influence in the Middle East and, well, replacing it with Israel's influence.
Control the Western Hemisphere oil. Now it is trying to overthrow the government of Iran to control the Middle East oil. This will hurt India terribly, by the way, and it's also aimed at China. So Asia is the loser in this war, and this is a completely criminal action. But whether anybody stands up and tells the truth about it that is fearful of the United States or Israel, I don't know.
What do you think is going to happen next, Professor Sachs? As far as the escalation ladder is concerned, attacks have taken place on various cities in Iran. There have been retaliatory attacks on U.S. bases in Bahrain, in Abu Dhabi, in Qatar, and a couple of other places. In the past, things have kind of ended at this point. Do you see them escalating onward from here?
Well, of course, there is no path of de-escalation by the U.S. and Israel. These are hegemonic actors. They have announced their goal. Their goal isn't to return Iran to the negotiating table. Iran was at the negotiating table. Their goal was not to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. It didn't have one, didn't want one, and had said so for the last 12 years. Donald Trump ripped up the agreement, the JCPOA, that put Iran under a rigorous monitoring regime. This is about global hegemony. And countries like India have to decide, are they independent countries? Do they sign up to U.S. empire? This is what this is about. Israel, by the way, is the most violent country in the world, kilometer by kilometer, by far. But it also banks on having the United States behind it. And it's not just Trump. This is a longstanding CIA project that is underway right now.
I mean, yeah, we all knew intelligence has been involved for this for a minute, since the protests. I mean, bro, it's kind of funny, though. What was it? Mike Pompeo admitted that they had, what, the Mossad walking amongst the protesters. I mean, Israelis admitted it. So, yeah, the Mossad and the CIA was definitely helping out those protesters get guns and fight back the regime, which, I mean, I mean, look, that's up to you if you disagree or agree with it. But I mean, look, if you're okay with the regime falling, you agree with it. But if you're not really okay with, if you're not okay with stoking tension, then you're not going to be okay with it.
So this is a very, very dangerous occurrence. This has nothing to do with what is stated. This is about U.S. control over the Middle East, and the idea is U.S. control over the world. The idea is that India will fall into line, the Middle East will fall into line, Latin America has no choice, Europe is a vassal state. That's what this is about.
Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump have just spoken over the phone, according to the latest of what we're hearing, Professor Sachs. In your mind, what might they have discussed? Obviously, I'm not asking you to conjecture, but from everything we know, Netanyahu is calling this Operation Roaring Lion. President Trump calls it Epic Fury. What do you think they talked about?
Well, Trump takes his orders from Netanyahu. This is very simple. Netanyahu came last week and ordered the war, and the war goes on. The United States is actually not even the lead agent in this. The Zionist lobby in the United States is so powerful that it puts the United States repeatedly into these wars. The American public is absolutely against this. This is quite interesting. But the American public does not count for anything right now in our affairs because we do not have a constitutional country. We have basically a military state, and Trump is the figurehead of that military state.
As far as the Al-Khamenei is concerned, Professor Sachs, do you see this playing out in the same template that it has before? His ceremonial home has been targeted. He is about to make a national address in a short while from now. The same boilerplate statements have been issued from Iran saying, there will be a crushing response. And you've seen these token attacks on different, bases of the American military in the Middle East. Does Iran have the capacity to do something bigger in your view?
I don't think that the U.S. has the capacity to overthrow the Iranian government in a day or a week or a month, as it believes that it does. If you look at almost all events like this, even overthrowing Bashar al-Assad or overthrowing Milosevic in 1999 or overthrowing Muammar Gaddafi in 2011, the United States does not usually have the means to do this in a day or a month. Maybe they're drunk with their supposed success in Venezuela by exfiltrating a president, but this is not Venezuela. This is a country of 100 million people. It's a vast region. It is a mountainous region. It is a region that understood for many, many years that the United States was out to overthrow it. So it's not unprepared or caught off guard. The Straits of Hormuz, I believe, will be attacked. And so I don't think that these are pinprick operations attacking the Gulf. I think it's preparatory to closing the Straits of Hormuz. Now, all of this then depends on things that I don't properly understand in terms of the military dynamics of the next few weeks. But what I do understand is something about geopolitics. This is a brazen, illegal, vulgar overreach by the United States that I do not see how it can have a success, frankly. One success 73 years ago was when the CIA and MI6 overthrew the Iranian government and installed a police state. I don't see how that can happen in today's world. But that's the model of the United States, that they will soon install a police state. I doubt that this is at all realistic.
Professor Sachs, Reuters reporting a piece of breaking news right now, since you mentioned the Gulf of Hormuz. Reuters quoting the IRGC Navy that has announced that no vessels are any longer being allowed to cross and has closed the Strait of Hormuz to any traffic.
And they've already started shooting at any type of ships that try to make it through the Strait of Hormuz. You know, and like I said, here's a little video explaining, you know, how crucial that is.
If Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, what impact will it have on the entire world, and which country will be affected the most? First, let's understand what the Strait of Hormuz actually is. It is a small area of just 33 kilometers located between Iran, Oman, and the UAE. It is a narrow sea passage through which almost 20% of the world's oil supply flows, nearly 17 million barrels every day. This oil comes from 8 countries located in the Persian Gulf, including Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE for the United Arab Emirates. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar, 90% of their oil exports pass through this narrow route to reach the rest of the world. If Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, following countries will suffer the most damage. First is India, because it imports 85% of its oil, and 60% of that comes from Middle Eastern countries like Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the UAE. Fuel prices in India would skyrocket, and as a result, everything related to oil and all industries would face severe disruption. Industries could shut down, there would be job losses, and the economy would be severely affected. The second most affected country would be China. China is the world's largest oil importer, bringing in 10 million barrels of oil every day. 40% of China's oil imports pass through this Strait of Hormuz. Although China has built oil pipelines with Russia and Central Asia, they don't even fulfill 20% of its energy needs. So, if the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, China's economy could suffer a massive blow, and if China's economy is shaken, its effects will be felt all over the world. The third most affected country would be Japan, as it imports 90% of its oil, and 75% of that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. The fourth most affected country would be Saudi Arabia. 80 to 90% of Saudi Arabia's oil goes to the rest of the world through Strait of Hormuz, while only 10% goes to Europe via its Red Sea coastline. So if this choke point is blocked, Saudi Arabia's economy will be heavily impacted. Imagine that a country suddenly loses 80 to 90% of its revenue. What would happen to it? Something similar could happen to Saudi Arabia. There's also a high chance that Saudi Arabia might send in its military to reopen the route, and that could make the situation even worse. Fifth is Pakistan, which gets about 90% of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. This oil meets around 27% of the country's energy needs. So if the route is blocked, prices in Pakistan could rise sharply. But there's an interesting twist. Since Pakistan shares a border with Iran, and several government reports suggest that 35% of Pakistan's diesel comes unofficially from Iran. So if the strait is blocked, Pakistan might turn to Iran for oil, either quietly or through an official deal. Next in line is the UAE, because as nearly as 72% of its oil exports rely on this Strait of Hormuz. The country does have a backup option, the Habshan-Fujairah pipeline, which allows it to bypass the strait and export up to 60% of its oil. But for a major economy like the UAE, losing the remaining 40% would still be a serious blow. Next comes the European countries like France, Germany and Italy, which on average get 10% of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. A blockade here would hit them hard as well. Globally, experts warn that oil prices could soar past $150 a barrel, causing widespread inflation and possibly triggering a major global recession. So this small 33-kilometer area holds enough power to shake the entire world.
And that's why they're holding it hostage. But all right, though, let's get over to our guy. What was his name? Colonel Lieutenant Daniel Davis.
I just want to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Davis onto the show. Appreciate him taking his time out during a very busy time. I bet his phone is ringing off the hook. And the reason for it is, Lieutenant Colonel, because you predicted this war almost to the T. You've been telling me for the last 10 days, it's coming, it's going to happen within 14 days. And it has indeed happened within 14 days. What's your thoughts? The war has begun.
Well, listen, I think the biggest surprise so far is news that came out. I just saw it literally 5 minutes ago, so I haven't been able to validate it, but apparently Benjamin Netanyahu has announced that the Ayatollah has been assassinated, that he is dead. And apparently the Iranian side is saying that they had originally said it's not true, and he's going to make a televised report later. Now they're saying, well, actually, he's not going to. They haven't confirmed it, but more and more evidence is starting to look like, yeah, he may be assassinated. So that's going to be one. I find that very, very surprising. The expectation that I had was that since they knew he was going to be a target, that he would have been somewhere in a deep underground bunker that's safe. But if this report is true, then obviously the Israeli intelligence figured it out anyway and found a way to get there through to him. So we'll have to wait and see. But then that's going to trigger in the succession plan, which Iran has been very open about that they have. That even if he got taken out, that there was other people to stand in line. Apparently, the president, Pezeshkian, has not been killed, so he is apparently somewhere. So that still continues on. The Ayatollah will be replaced by somebody else. And then the question is, do they maintain continuity with the IRGC, with the population? Does this cause some sort of an uprising that could turn off? That's certainly the hope on the Western side. And right now, there's so much chaos and uncertainty. It's just not clear at all where this can go, because it can either go one of two radically different ways. One is that if this assassination is true, or even with what's happened so far, is that it can galvanize people to the regime and saying, hey, look, we may have our internal differences here, but when one of our hated enemies, in Israel or the United States now come in together and they're trying to kill all of our leadership, we're going to be together against that. We'll do our own internal stuff later on, but we're not going to join basically with Israel and the United States against other people in our country. So it could galvanize it, or it could give motivation to them to say, okay, well, look, now is our chance to strike. Because that's exactly what the message from the West is. This is your best chance in a lifetime to get rid of this regime. Rise up now. We're here to help you. We're basically providing air power for you to come and do it. And we'll see, because either one of them are possible at this point. And we just don't know enough to know where it's going to go. My guess would have been that it would galvanize and that they would not be able to fall that easy, because there's too many people inside of Iran that did support the regime. However many have protested against it, they were numerically appeared to be much smaller. But it's anybody's guess right now. We're going to have to wait and see how things roll out.
Okay, there were reports.
Oh, it did say, though, when people say this, like, 90% of Iranians don't support the regime, I'm just like, nah, trust me. If that was true, they'd have been out a long time ago, regardless if that 10% had weapons or not. It's just been too much of an overwhelming majority. Now, if you're talking like, I don't know, now if we're talking like 55-45, then that kind of makes more sense than 90-10.
Ayatollah Khamenei had given a speech a few hours early. So are you saying?
And let's be real, we do want a democracy. Well, a constitutional republic would be better for the people of Iran. But I mean, we want something better than what they had. The problem is that, well, we're honestly not done with the regime. Even though we killed Khomeini, he's still got 5 successors that we need to find. He's still got the president that's still out there. So trust me, this is still an ongoing conflict. Well, really, you can basically call it a war, because that's what Donald Trump called it.
It happened a few hours a few hours ago. So are you saying that this happened possibly in the last couple of hours?
Yes, that's what's being reported, because originally there was some reports that he had been assassinated in the early part of the morning when these strikes first started, and the Iranian side said no, that's not true, and he's going to give a televised speech later on to calm everybody down. And then here, just 5 minutes before I joined you, I saw a report that claimed that Netanyahu himself announced that the Ayatollah had been assassinated. And then I also heard right before I joined you that apparently Iran had said, okay, well, there's actually not going to be a televised report later on, but they're not confirming that he's gone, only that was changed. Again, this is so fluid. All I can tell you is what was about 5 minutes before we joined here. So that's the report that I'm getting. And it could be all misinformation. It could be just disinformation. Who knows what it is, but that's what's floating around right now.
Yeah, we'll definitely check that. I didn't see that news, but we're going 24/7, and we didn't see that. And again, there's just so much misinformation going out as well. It's always difficult to verify what's real or not in the fog of war. Now, in terms of the attack on Iran, it was a joint attack with the United States of America and Israel. They hit key areas in Iran. Iran responded. They hit they hit US bases. They hit the GCC countries very hard. Bahrain was hit a lot, UAE, and various other countries. And they also hit Israel. What's your thoughts about this military engagement that's happened? Iran's come out hard.
They're coming out pretty hard, but not as hard as I would have anticipated. Actually, I would have figured that once the missiles start flying and the attacks were made, that Iran would come out much bigger, much faster. I would have imagined that they would want to saturate the air defenses on the Israeli side, saturate the defenses on the American bases with waves of missiles and waves of drones, because reportedly they have like tens of thousands of them. So I thought that we would see a lot earlier. So far, we've seen a relatively small amount. a number of them have gotten
All right, though, let's hear from the other side. We heard from the dissenting side enough. Let's hear from the guys who are supporting this, like our guy, Patrick Bet-Davis. I like him. I just disagree with him on a couple subjects.
Inside of the country are opposed. Patrick Bet-David joins us now. Patrick, what an amazing guest to have today. I want to start with this.
Wait,
I've been watching you on your podcast, also on Twitter. You say 80% of Iranians inside of the country are opposed to this regime. One, how do you know that? And then what will these 80% do now that President Trump has taken this action? He said, now it's up to you. They don't have guns. Can they and will they fight for their freedom?
Rachel, great to be with you this morning. The only people that support the IRGC is actually the extremists of IRGC and white liberal women in America. You see women, Iranian women around the world dancing, Iranians celebrating. The numbers we've seen is a low of 71% to a high of 89% that do not want to see what's happening in Iran right now. They're sick of it. They want to be free. What happens next is the way U.S. has done what they've done. The credit goes to their leadership team, what they've done. But Rachel, here's what's interesting. Imagine.
Here's the problem, though. And this is like what I'm always saying. It's like, all right, so don't you think that the people who are against the regime is also getting caught up in these airstrikes as well? It's not just going to be people who supports the regime. Let's be real. And then if we're going for no civilian casualties, then I'm gonna be real with you. That's going to be the real test, I'm sorry, but there already has been civilian casualties. But the real test is if we take out the government and we see what the people of Iran do. Do they lean towards of what the regime used to be, or do they go a new way? And that's going to be based off how much people truly supported that government. Because Patrick Bet-Davis want to say it's like an 80-20 ordeal. And I'm saying, well, just because of the history of it, it's looking like it may be like more of a 55-45. But I'm hoping Patrick's right.
You're by yourself right now. You all of a sudden get attacked at 8:15 in the morning. Two countries known for having strong military, Iran and U.S. and Israel, attack you. Then all of a sudden you start attacking your allies at a moment that you need allies. I mean, it is absolutely double done what they're.
I mean, but let's be real though. They weren't gonna their allies were gonna sit on the side and they were gonna fire rockets from the military bases within their allies' borders. So I'll be real with you. If I'm looking from their perspective, I'm like, yeah, attacking their allies, as reckless as it is, was necessary because, well, what? We're just gonna let them fire at us because they're inside of our allies' territory. And if they really our allies, if they have our enemies in there? I mean, shoot, we do the same thing to Iran when it comes to Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis. So fair is fair.
Doing in Iran right now, they don't know how to negotiate. They thought they can just say, look, let's give you, no, we're not going to do anything with nuclear for 3 years. Let's just wait for you to be out and somebody else is going to come in and we'll negotiate with them. And every once in a while in your life, you face somebody that when they threaten you, they're not kidding. They're serious when they say, if you don't do this, I will hit you. I will attack you. No, they're not going to do anything. You don't do that with Trump and his administration.
I do think it's fascinating how the buildup to all of this, right? The allies that the Trump administration built in the Gulf, among the Gulf region countries, the planning, the intel, the Mossad, the CIA, the timing of the hit, all of that, and also kind of the weak response of the Iranians makes me think this might only be a few-week war, that President Trump will come out on the other side. I want to talk about Trump, but before that, again, I want to ask you, what happens inside of the country? Will it be the Shah? Will somebody arise in the opposition movement from inside? What is your prediction? I know you follow this very closely.
Yeah, that's something that none of us know. Obviously, the Mohammad Reza Pahlavi is having a lot of momentum right now. Every time he posts, he gets millions of views. So has to say there's credibility behind the fact that he's getting that kind of momentum. Of people paying attention to what he has to say. I've been always critical about the fact that
I'm be honest with you. Like, look, this man, Reza Pahlavi or whatever his name is, he has not been too keen on wanting to run Iran. He doesn't have any attachment to Iran. He's admit this in interviews that he has no real attachment to Iran. So all of a sudden, once this whole take down Iran's regime started, now he oh well, maybe I'm up for the job. And I'm be real with you, don't look like he got the juice. As Trump said, he don't got the juice, and neither did that girl Maria Cachado. Two people that we want to put in power, but we can't because they're not really good with the people. and we don't want to just install our own leader because that don't really work out for us. Well, it don't work out for anybody.
He hasn't moved urgently. I've always been critical, and I've even asked him on 2 different occasions, do you want this job or not? And he says, why would I leave a country of freedom in America to go back? But having said that, I got to give him credit for the last 2 months, 6 weeks. He's been playing offense like never before, and it's actually a very good thing. On the other hand, I don't know who's going to take over because I don't know who has strong relationship with the U.S. I don't know who's going to be able to play ball, to want to do diplomacy and deal with all these guys. I mean, it's not like you're going into a place that's soft. These are extremists. It's not like they're going to disappear the next day. They're still going to be around. And then at the same time, he hasn't been there 47, 48 years. There may be some people in Iran that may want to vote for someone else. But the reality of it is, just like you, with where you're at, you said something very important.
I mean, like, bro, yeah, they put in this guy right here. If we just installed him, we'd be putting this man in danger. His life would be in danger every day he's in Iran. So let's not do that to him.
A couple of days ago when you said every single time the president mentions, the VP of Venezuela, the 5 points was lost in Florida, you have to realize there's some names that you mention that it hurts the chances. Iranians don't like a lot of these names, but if we have an immediate election in Iran where they can pick and choose somebody that's a fair player, then Iranians can be free again.
I have 2 seconds left, but I know you follow leadership. What do you think this does for President Trump's reputation and his legacy if this is successful and it's wrapped up in a few weeks? Now, I know that you talk about, we don't know what's going to happen inside and how that's going to shake out, and that's always a problem. But what's your take on this move? Because it was bold and courageous in a lot of ways.
One, history books are going to write about this, and many of us will be able to say we were living during this time, but maybe they need to put a little spot in this place called South Dakota. They call it Mount Rushmore because during the last 100 years, I don't know a president that's done what he's done, and you got to give him credit for it.
Yeah, and just before midterm, it was brave. Let's hope and pray that all goes well. Patrick Bet-David, always great to have you on.
Thank you.
Got it.
All righty, now let's go ahead and get over to the next video here. All right, let's get into it.
Iranian schools, the Iranian schools. Have y'all learned nothing about the propaganda war? The United States nor Israel did not send a missile at an elementary school in Iran. What happened was the Islamic regime has one of their bases next to a grade school, and when they tried to send one of their ghetto missiles, it failed and it landed on that school. So of course, they took a page out of the book because they wrote it, and they called out a false flag and made it seem like it was America and Israel who attacked them.
We about to fact check this shit. First, if you mess with me, make sure you hit that follow button. And happy Women's History Month and happy Ramadan. Let's get it. What the hell is he talking about? First, that is a straight up lie. I mean, if you just did research, you'd realize the timeline of the event does not match the story that you're telling people. At 8 a.m., Israel and the United States agreed to attack Iran on the early morning. This is why report says that Tehran was hit at 10 a.m. their time. It was also reported that at 10:45, an Iranian school was actually hit by a missile. Again, this is during the Israel and United States attack on Iran, which was a surprise attack. And when we look at the map of the locations where the United States and Israel struck, we can see that Minab, the location where the all-girls school was one of the locations that was struck. It's also a fact that Iran responded to these attacks hours later. It was reported at 2:48 a.m. Iran was preparing to retaliate. Now we have to understand that 2:45 a.m. here is 11 a.m. there, which means Iran didn't respond back until 12 p.m., 2 hours after the Iranian all-girls school was bombed. How would Iran be responsible for the attack of their own school if they were in the middle of a surprise attack that they didn't know about? Is it me, or is MAGA's lies just lazy now?
Well, I mean, when it comes to this right here, kind of. Like I said, if you just look up the geolocation, the time, and all that, yeah, it's easily verifiable. But let's get into what Alex Jones got to say about this.
Trump is committed now to this war. Here's the girls' schools in Minab. They're saying that 85 students were killed when Israel bombed the school.
Yeah.
And
it's effed up. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna have to throw Israel under the bus on this one. It's just like, look, I think they did it. It had to have been an Israeli jet. I just don't believe it in my heart. Maybe I just have too much, I don't know. Maybe I just have too much respect for our servicemen to the point where I just don't believe that they would do something that reckless. Like, I remember me and Monty was arguing about it in the chat, and he was like, bro, we don't make mistakes. And I'm like, trust me, bro, I'm with you. But somebody hit that girls' school, and it wasn't Iran.
And again, this is going to enrage the world against Israel and the United States. I mean, Trump used the 1980s bombing that killed 200 plus servicemen as the reason we're doing this. Well, then, what do they get to do because of this? You know, and again, I don't like the mullahs, but this is supposed to be America first. We're not supposed to be running around doing this anymore. But here we are.
Once again.
What are you going to do? Vote for Democrats? No, I like the other stuff Trump's doing.
I mean, bro, I'm telling you, it's like, what you gonna do? So you turn liberal now? No, it's like, dog, I love what Trump is doing, like for domestic policies, but what he's doing in at Iran, I'm sorry, but it's not helping us. It's not gonna help us one bit. We've lost American lives. Iran is hitting our allies now. I mean, bro, how's this working out for us? Not so well. But shout out to my man Gaming. He says you're falling for it. Also, that bro, I'm falling for it. Bruh, I mean, like, bro, it's like the same propaganda they gave with Hamas. They said, oh, they're hiding under the hospitals. All 36 of them, all 36. I gave them the first 4, but they couldn't give us proof for the, I don't know, the 26 more that they bombed. Like, come on now. Come on. I think you're falling for it, brother, but I got you, man. I got you.
Get us out of the carbon tax, securing the borders, getting all the jobs back, banning men and women's sports. All that's great. But we're going to bitch about the things that are wrong to try to stop it like I did 9 months ago. I said, watch, in a year or so, we'll be doing regime.
Oh, shout out to my man Gaming because he sent the baller alert. Right? And 30 on Venmo. You know how we do it here. If you send on Venmo, it doubles the support. So that 30 is now 60. Appreciate you, my man. Make sure here.
Regime change. That's what Israel wants. That's what's being pushed. And that's what we're doing. And all these people that have no military understanding, no historical understanding, call me a traitor when.
I know, like, bro, it does suck. I feel you, Alex. Usually I don't, but I feel you. It's like, bro, we're calling out the bullshit and they're calling us the traitor. I'm like, what? First off, we said no new wars and here we are in a war. So I'm like, am I really tripping? Are you sure I'm the one tripping, guys? Are you sure maybe you guys ain't the one that forgot the mission this time?
Eric Prince, the big hawk, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Raising Cane, have said, no, they're advising against it, but he'll follow Trump's orders. Do you understand that? This is real research. This is not Iraq. This is not Afghanistan. That was bad enough and bankrupted our country. Now, maybe it all works out. Maybe the mullahs fall. Maybe a good government gets put in. But if the West, since the British and the U.S. and Israelis want to put destabilized people in, you think they're going to let Iran really set up a nice country and be free and prosperous? They don't want us to be free and prosperous. The globals want us dumbed down and fighting and racially divided.
That was funny. He's like, so you really think our government want to go out there and make Iran free and prosperous? Like, that was funny. Like, they don't even want to make us free and prosperous. What made you think they want it for other people? That's a very good point. I mean, shout out Alex Jones. All right, guys, I went ahead and posted the call-in, the StreamYard link in the post tab. I went ahead and posted the StreamYard link in the post tab on my main page, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's get right into it.
It's divide and conquer. It's what corrupt systems do. And I don't believe Trump's doing all this from a place of bad, and maybe it magically works out. Venezuela remains to be seen. But we're told he's the big guy of peace. He ended 8 wars, and he got involved and I guess brokered some of those regional conflicts, but I don't like the turn of events. I don't like the direction we're starting to go. And as I said, Iran, I predicted, will say, you know what, we've already got the bomb. We just got to put it together, which takes literally an hour. And that's what they said. We can have a bomb in 1 hour. We can test it in 1 week. Today, they said that. Who else told you that? Nobody. That's the reality here. So
I mean, I could believe that. I can, because at this point, I'm like, they're at war. I mean, they got the material at this point. If they want to stop the war or make sure that their regime has a chance of standing, it would be to build a bomb. And I don't want that to happen, but I mean, strategically, that would be the best thing for them to do. But I mean, it might also ensure their destruction, you know, double-edged sword.
This is a big, big, big deal. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart the VIP members at thealexstore.com. You are the folks that empower all of this. You are more important in the end than I am. You're the reason.
Oh, and shout out to Tove. She says, sorry, Tove, I almost missed it. She says, okay, that sign that had Iran over top of Venezuela was a bit ridiculous. I get recycling, but damn. I'm weak. All right, that was funny.
All my guests, all the investigative reports, all the game-changing information is coming out. We're having so many huge victories against the globalists right now. So I am specifically for VIP members offering you 50% off at realalexjones.com, the sister site of the alexstore.com. For T3, the purest.
So sorry.
The 80s, they took it back out. Now it has it. People
Of
lie and
course.
say they do. It's not.
And that's
It's not
Alex Jones for
radioactive.
you. Right after he's done talking, he's gonna sell you some.
So thank you all exclusively.
Some really good. What's it called?
Remember, realalexjones.com and exclusively at
to stay out of it, as Brett said. So they did not even allow us to use their bases in a number of cases. Now they're into it. They've been attacked, and not just our bases, but civilian areas as well.
Now that Iran's supreme leader is gone, the question on everyone's mind, both in the Middle East and here in the U.S., is what comes next. Here with me now is retired U.S. Army General David Petraeus and former presidential special envoy Brett McGurk. It's an honor to have you both here. We are at the wall because I think it will really help people understand what we have seen and what we're going to see next. And I'll start with you, General Petraeus, in terms of the strike targets inside Iran. What were U.S. forces able and Israeli forces able to get, and what do you think they're going for next?
Well, of course, this is a massive operation. There were hundreds of Israeli aircraft, hundreds of American aircraft, hundreds of cruise missiles coming out of ships, submarines, and so forth.
Yo, gaming man, how's it going, brother?
It's going good. I want to give you a quick update, and then I'll tell you some stuff that I'm gonna back up my point on what I sent you in the super chat. But good news is I finally got my PC upgraded, so I'm not crashing my Windows 11, crashing off Windows 11 no more.
Gotcha.
The good. So I said before, and I do remember saying this to you. I told you about how there were videos coming out in Iran. This was back in January, December. There were videos coming out about how there was a bunch of people, and I've shared them on X, and I know you've seen them on their profile.
I have not. I'll be real with you.
I'm gonna reshare them because they're timestamped. There are people saying that they were doing all these killing with these protesters, and they were occupying schools or whatnot, and they weren't allowing people to bury their dead. And there was word through those grapevines down there, and a bunch of people were saying it, that in the event that the U.S. or Israel were to attack Iran, they would put those bodies out there and make it seem like the United States and Israel were just killing innocent civilians. There are multiple people in Iran who have picture evidence that say that they're killing doctors, and the IRGC was killing doctors in hospitals, and they were killing patients who were already wounded. So I'm saying all this to say this. This is what I mean by, yeah, you're kind of falling for it. Now, I don't know about this specific school instance. I'm going to be real. I don't.
How am I falling for it then if you don't know about this school instance?
Because this sounds exactly like the setup that we were warned about. Now, you should approach with some skepticism. I will say that.
Bro, I did approach with skepticism, and all major news sources are reporting that this was a strike. Now, this is the full thing that I'm telling you. Now, there was a military base next to that school, but it could not fire missiles out of it. Now, their target was mostly that military base, and they could have made a mistake and accidentally bombed that school.
Oh, yeah, we're not dead on 100% of the time with our targeting, especially considering it's a blackout zone. I think that's a very valid point you're making. We could have made the mistake.
Yeah, it's not like they're doing this shit on. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm throwing Israel under the bus on this one. I just think we too cold to be making those type of mistakes.
Yeah, I especially for this specific command, and I know. Now, I will say that as far as the strikes on Bahrain, that specific base that was struck, that you've been seeing all over the news, that's where I was stationed at.
Oh shit.
Yes. So and a bunch of my homeboys were all in group chats. We're talking about the stuff. We got some other people that are there that we're talking to, making sure they're all good and stuff. But that Naval Support Activity Base, when I said I was deployed to Bahrain, yeah, where that little white dome that got struck, across that bridge, that's NSA-2. That's where all the barracks were, and that's where the waterfront is, and that's where I was stationed at for like a year and a half. So yeah, I was in there. That was our hot spot.
Oh damn. Well, shoot. I mean, let's be real. The whole Middle East is a hot spot now.
I really hope and I also want to address the people on the some of the people that may be like, oh my God, are we going to war? First of all, a lot of you guys are not qualified to go to war. Just gonna go ahead and say that. Second of all, if anything, they would call the inactive ready reserves, i.e. me or Monty or one of the other veterans that still have IRR time out back into service. And if they do that, then there's a draft imminent.
All right. And shout out to my man A Groove for sending a laughing disco for 250, man. Appreciate the support, my friend. But all right, bro, we're gonna go ahead and get right back into it.
And the focus, the Israelis, it appears, was largely on the regime leaders. And of course, they had extraordinary success in taking out the supreme leader and a number of the other most important figures in the regime. Really quite stunning. In fact, it's particularly stunning that the arrogance of the Iranians, that they all gathered together for meetings, presuming that we didn't attack in the early morning hours like we normally do. And therefore, they had a period of daylight during which they could come together and talk. The U.S., meanwhile, was going largely after the air and ballistic missile defenses that are left in Iran, and then the missile and other retaliatory capabilities. And again, keep in mind that there were hundreds of targets by each of the Israeli and U.S. forces. So a really extraordinary amount of ordnance being dropped and going in as cruise missiles as well. And it appears to have been very, very devastating in a lot of ways, but still always an ability to retaliate with both the longer range that could reach Israel and then the shorter range, of which they have a substantial number that can reach across the Gulf.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing that happen. We just were reporting on devastation in Beit Sheva, which is outside of Jerusalem. That's a pretty big target. And what does that tell you about what is still left in the Iranian arsenal?
Sure, we should understand that even in the 12-day war, with all of the ballistic missile and air defenses that we assembled, and they were very considerable, and we've done it again now. It's not just the Patriots and the terminal high altitude air defense systems that are on the ground, but also all the ships have Patriot-like systems. There are planes flying to try to take out missiles and drones and so forth. So this is a very, very comprehensive effort, and it's all integrated with the host nations and with Israel, to be sure. But even then, 5 to 7% of the missiles got through during the 12-day war. And if they hit, unfortunately, as the one did that you reported on earlier, there can be a big amount of devastation.
And then, Brett, what does it tell you about the fact that Iran is retaliating the way it is when it comes to who's actually in charge now?
It's a great question. You know, George Kennan, a great diplomat, said war once initiated has a momentum of its own. You don't know exactly.
Hold on, bro. Hey, you heard this new claim that came in about let's see here. They're trying to say that Iran has struck one of our ships. So Iran, the IRGC claimed to have fired 4 ballistic missiles at USS Abraham Lincoln in the Gulf as part of Operation Truthful Promise to retaliate for previous strikes. The U.S. response was CENTCOM denied that the USS Abraham was sunk. So honestly, there's no way.
Wait, what was the accusation?
The accusation is that Iran says that that is 4 ballistic missiles at the USS Abraham Lincoln and it hit it.
Absolutely not. I'm sorry.
All right.
Exactly.
You gotta run that because I'm looking at it too. I'm like, man, come on now.
I've
that's
been
out there. I believe they're out of their range, if anything.
It's not even that. Let's give the naysayers every benefit of the doubt. Let me go ahead and cook you real quick. I've been a part of a carrier strike group. Our ship used to be before it got decon. Do you know how many support? And do you know how many? I can't give you the number specifically or the makeup specifically of escort ships, but it's a lot. And each one of those ships carries at least 100 VLS missiles, vertical launch system missiles with countermeasures. And you really think that an E-2C Hawkeye, a bunch of F-35, EAG-2 Growler, F-15, freaking Hornets plus a bunch of destroyers and a few cruisers are going to let a missile, let alone 4, get to a carrier?
All right, guys, we do got a little bit of breaking news. There was a mass shooting in Austin, Texas. 3 dead, 14 injured.
I'm willing to bet it was
Well,
a
thank you for being here
transgender
this
person
morning.
that willing to bet it's a
Everybody
transgender
is now
person.
aware of a very significant incident on West 6th Street. We're going to have a briefing from the chiefs, as was just indicated to you. I want to say first, before I bring up Chief Davis, that I'm very thankful for
Actually, we even got like footage from the scene. Here it is right here. So apparently there was some shooting in a bar. Damn. Viewer discretion advised.
This happened in a bar?
Okay.
All right, man. Make sure we pray for them out there in Austin, Texas. All right, guys, back to it. Just had to cover a little bit of breaking news that just came in.
I think over Iran right now, very importantly, look, the United States and Israel has complete not just air superiority, but air dominance, and they're still targeting leaders. This is still going on. We're still doing strikes. So whoever might step up into a leadership role is very vulnerable. The Iranians have announced they have a constitutional process. Remember, they've only had one secession in their entire history since 1979. So this is really an uncharted territory. They have a secession process under their constitution, a council of the president, the chief justice, and a cleric to be named. They say who's running the country now, but those people haven't been seen. Ali Larijani, who's a key advisor to the supreme leader for many decades, he's likely making some decisions. But what I'm seeing Iran do, they're firing off missiles. This was probably a pre-cooked plan for when they were attacked. It's unclear who is making strategic decisions, and they're making some mistakes, Dana. They're attacking civilian areas of the Gulf, and the Gulf states, the GCC states there, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, are uniting. And I would watch this over the coming days. Do they actually, their air forces are now engaged in defense. Do they actually join in some attacks into Iran in self-defense? I think that's a key question. That
For
was
Bahrain
not
Bahrain and Qatar to be uniting.
bingo card when this started. I think the Gulf wanted to stay out of it. They're being drawn in. So that's something to watch over the coming days.
Big mistake, I think, actually, Dana, because again, the Gulf
Which is a
states
mistake.
that they have been attacking the Gulf states. The Gulf states wanted to stay out of it, as Brett said. So they did not even allow us to use their bases in a number of cases. Now they're into it. They've been attacked, and not just our bases, but civilian areas as well. And so they're going to take place now with the defensive measures. As Brett mentioned, we have aircraft in the sky now. I'm sure they're being integrated by the Combined Air Operations Center. And if that continues, they're going to probably take further measures.
I want to talk about the chaos and instability in the region, obviously militarily, but also economically. I mean, if you see the Strait of Hormuz, which is right there, I mean, that's a key geographical location for a lot of these countries.
Well, 20% of global trade, 80% of Iran's oil, of course, goes to Asia and China. China has a big interest here. And I have just one geostrategic issue. Russia and China, very quiet here. And of course, they're very much strategic partners of Iran, very quiet. I think that's very telling. Yeah, we would expect when oil markets open, the price of oil is going to go up, I think, fairly significantly. We'll see. OPEC met today. They announced they're going to be increasing production. But look, think about escalation dominance in a conflict like this. If Iran makes moves in the Straits of Hormuz, as they're threatening, they targeted some tankers today. U.S. Air Forces have escalation dominance here. We can target Iran wherever we want. So Iran has to be calculating that. To the extent Iranian leaders are even thinking strategically, they seem to be just firing off their missiles without a strategic plan. And that shows real disarray in their chain of command.
Yeah, maybe a result of all the.
Now, honestly, it does seem like they're just firing to keep it going.
No. So this is actually strategic on their part, and I will give them prowess for it. Because even so, the goal of any attack like this, think about the states they hit: Qatar, Bahrain, they hit Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. I've been up and down the Persian Arabian Gulf. There are oil rigs as far as the eye can see, and there's tankers constantly going in and out. If you go to
so what you're saying is
Google-
those can easily get hit in the crossfire.
No, if you were to go to Google and you look at that little horn right there where the UAE kind of protrudes and juts in Iran, that passage is about, I think, at max only 50 miles across, which is absolutely nothing. And
33, I heard.
33. Okay, at its point, the point is it's relatively narrow. And so when you have a bunch of oil rigs and a lot of traffic flowing through such a small area, and then you make the airspace inhospitable and you hit key oil producers like Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait, you're going to drive up oil tanker insurance. You're going to make the cost of doing business, especially in the production of LNG, low pressure natural gas, really expensive. So, yes, I do believe that they aren't just randomly striking things. I think they're striking countries that have oil and petroleum investments to make the price go up to try to choke Israel and the United States out. That
what I'm seeing, what I'm seeing with the footage, it seems like they're just trying to they're blindly throwing darts at the dartboard, and they're seeing what hits at this point. Because you remember they're striking buildings and all this crazy stuff. Like some of this stuff, they're not even striking bases. Like they're just like, and then like the next strike will probably hit the base. So it does seem like they're just aimlessly going until something strikes. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's the spot we need to keep going on.
Because I also seen the video of like after they hit NSA 1, there's like a building, a really tall high rise that's outside of the Naval Support Activity Base, but you can only kind of get a good view of it if you're on NSA 2, and they struck that building almost at the top.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of like Battleship or a temper tantrum. More like, it just reminds me a lot of the game Battleship. You hit until you hit yeah.
I mean, and let's be honest, if Iran has nuclear missiles, this means one or two things. That means that the United States was in fact justified on trying to pre-strike Iran and buy us a little more time. Because two, and here's the unfortunate thing, if Iran really does have the capability to assemble nuclear warheads in 1 hour, do you know what that means for the rest of the world? That means that nuclear proliferation is now on the table.
All right, now I'm mad I keep seeing this, but you know what? Let's give it a little bit of air. Now, take this with a grain of salt, but this might actually, there might be some validation to it.
Some breaking news. Iran claims they've bombed and sunk the American aircraft carrier that's currently off the coast of Iran. Iran said, quote, the U.S. aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln was struck by 4 ballistic missiles. And as well as that, they said, quote, the land and the sea will increasingly become the graveyards of the terrorist aggressors. Now, you need to know this is a huge, huge claim. An aircraft carrier is by far
claim, not fact, but claim.
One of the most heavily defended things on the planet. And if Iran is capable of hitting it, then that means, without a doubt, Iran is far more powerful than we thought. Now, the US did respond, and they, as you'd completely expect, denied it. They said, quote, the Lincoln was not hit. The missiles launched didn't even come close. And so we don't really know who to believe. There is no evidence that either side has provided. Now, a few years ago, the Houthis, there was a lot of evidence that they did hit this same aircraft carrier. And to be fair, I believe they did, using a hypersonic missile. And
they did not.
Iran has. I'd be very surprised if Iran has hit
I
it
got to
4
say.
times, like they claim. But still, this is a massive claim. And so it'll be very interesting to see if anything gets
Oh
leaked,
my God, Seth.
anything that would suggest it has been hit.
I mean, bro, this is
So
just now
here's
coming out.
so here's the thing, and this is
Go
why I'm like speaking more about this, because again, I was deployed here. This is my bread and butter. I kind of know, like, and I still have people there that are kind of feeding me information. So here's the problem with this whole that we sunk the Abraham Lincoln. Do you know they said the same thing about the CVN 72, the Eisenhower? They said the same thing. Here's the thing. This is before I left, went back to Bahrain. We were out on the water, and the Houthis shot a missile at our escort ship, and they missed by 12 miles. I remember that because it was on my birthday. It was all over the news.
Oh shit.
And I watched it miss. We all watched it miss on the damn radar. So it's kind of odd to me that they're saying, oh, well, we hit the Eisenhower. No, the hell you didn't. Because more than 3 ships watched you miss. Not even close.
All right. Then we can safely say that there's no way, like, that didn't happen.
Yeah, and again, I was there when they made that claim that they hit the Eisenhower, because we were all laughing like, bro, that we're staring at the ship unfazed. In fact, we got done having lunch in a port. The hell do you mean?
All right.
Leaders taken out. They're just acting on decision that they were authorized before. But again, 20% of the world's crude oil and 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas come right through the strait. There's already a report that the traffic is down by some 50 to 70%.
What I tell you,
as Brett mentioned, there was a ship.
bro, I already knew they was going to do it.
And that's going to, Maersk announced that
What'll
they're
really
stopping going through here.
I'm
And
sorry
also
to get in here. So my specific rate in the Navy was called mineman. I hunt for sea mines, and why I bring that up is because if they start dropping sea mines in the water, that'll actually choke up that'll actually grind the Straits of Hormuz to a stop. Because no ships will be able to pass through there. And if Iran since Iran really is decapitated right now, and there's no supreme leader or executive decisions being made, if they mine the water out, then it's not even
somebody
safe.
making decisions.
Somebody is, but if they mine the water out, they legally can't. Nobody can even go through it. Not even the U.S. unless we send our mine countermeasure ships out there.
Yeah, that's gonna be a process.
It takes a while, bro. It takes a while.
Damn.
Like it's not an easy process, because you're literally looking for a bomb big enough to blow up an aircraft carrier.
Strait that the Houthis have disrupted in the past. They're, of course, an Iranian surrogate as well. So we'll see an effect, but it likely will be a short-term effect. It will not be enduring unless there's some really significant escalation, say mining of the Strait of Hormuz that for some reason requires longer than normal to clear.
Join us now.
Shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He said those radars hit earlier on. Those radars hit earlier on have them blind as fuck. Yeah, they did attack one of their Chinese radars. That was supposed to let them know of incoming, missiles and planes and all that good stuff. Well, it was working for the missiles, but our planes and our drones came through and took care of that. So, USA.
To discuss CNN Global Affairs analyst Kimberly Dozier and CNN military analyst Cedric Layton. Cedric, I want to go to you first on this news we got from Nick Robertson that Saudi Arabia is now authorized to get involved in this conflict. I mean, things seem to really be escalating here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Pamela. And good morning to you again. There is, a real relationship here that is very intricate, between the Saudis on the one hand and the other countries that they're dealing with, and especially Iran. On one, sometimes you have the Iranians and the Saudis reach a rapprochement. That rapprochement is definitely over at this particular point in time. There are reports that MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, had actually secretly agreed to let this operation go forward without using Saudi airspace. But even without using Saudi airspace, Iran is still getting the Saudis involved, attacking Saudi facilities, attacking Gulf state facilities of countries like Qatar and Bahrain and the UAE.
Yeah.
And that is something that is really angering this.
But all right, though, let's get into this little informational video that's kind of going viral right now, just because, it's about that time. And apparently Nick Fuentes is right about war with Iran and all this crazy stuff. So let's get right into it.
They have a new doctrine. It's promulgated by Oded Yanon. They say the new doctrine of the state of Israel is we have to destroy all of our enemies. Oded Yanon's plan for the 1980s says the only way that Israel can be safe is if we destroy all of our neighbors. It says that even though our neighbors are strong militarily and our borders are under threat, he says our neighbors are actually weak because they're based on diversity. Oded Yanon says that Lebanon has 5 different nations inside of it. It has a Christian nation, a Shiite nation, a Druze nation, all kinds of different ethnicities living inside. It says Syria has Alawites in the west, Sunnis everywhere else, Druze in the south. It says that Egypt has a big Coptic Christian population, a big Muslim population. It says that Iraq has the Kurds and the Sunnis and the Shiites. Iran has a lot of Turks and Persians and other groups living inside of it. So in the late 1970s, when the Likud party comes to power after the failures of the left-wing party to anticipate the surprise attack, they say it's time to go on the offensive and blow up all these different countries.
Dang.
In 1978, Israel brokers a peace agreement with Egypt. Israel gives them the Sinai Peninsula. Egypt signs a treaty with Israel. Egypt becomes the first country to normalize relations with Israel. And that is the year, by the way, that Egypt becomes one of the biggest recipients of U.S. foreign aid. And so does Israel. 1978 is the Camp David Accords. They make this treaty. It's ratified in 79. It's in that year that Israel becomes the number 1 recipient of foreign aid. Egypt becomes number 2. And they both receive massive amounts of money to make this deal. In 1978, Israel goes to war in Lebanon. In 1979, there is an Islamic revolution in Iran. The Ayatollah and the Green Revolution, the Islamic Revolution, overthrows the Shah. They hold the Americans hostage in the embassy, and they declare a revolutionary Shiite caliphate. The Israelis are perturbed by this. In 1982, they invade Lebanon because Palestinians keep doing cross-border raids in Israel. Israel invades Lebanon as part of their strategy to go on the offensive. When they invade Lebanon, Iran comes all the way over and starts training up Lebanese militias, Shiite militias in the south. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the guarantor of the revolution, comes to Lebanon and starts training them up. That becomes Hezbollah. In 1981, Iraq is developing a nuclear weapon. They get a reactor from France. They start building up a nuclear weapons program. In 1981, Israel launches a strike on it. They bomb the reactor. Iraq and Iran begin a 10-year war in the 1980s. Israel and the United States back both sides. Israel predominantly backs Iran because they view Saddam Hussein in Iraq as
fair. Shout out Daniel Castro. He says, what I care about is how long and who takes power. Yeah, how long this conflict or war is going to last and who takes power at the end of it are 2 very good questions. Yo, Monty, what's going on?
What up, big dog?
Man, it's all good, my man. How you doing?
Good. I wanted to say I couldn't express this over the chat, and I was fucking at clinicals, but the idea that maybe I misrepresented it, maybe I gave the impression that I thought that no one were just completely untouchable is not even close to the reality of the situation. We are absolutely touchable. My opinion, though, is that we will mop the floor with anybody we go against, and that's shown time and time again throughout our history and recent history. So
Yeah,
when
I
I
would say our.
when I
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
when I talk to you about like, oh yeah, we're gonna go fuck Iran up. Yeah, we're gonna go fuck Iran up, and I am keenly aware that there's a cost to war. Even the Maduro raid that went off, quote unquote, without a hitch, someone got a Medal of Honor for it because they got their legs shot up. Like, there's always casualties in destructive operations. Someone's going to pay the price for it.
All right. I mean, I agree with you on that. You're right. You're right. But let's just but there were some. You know what? Maybe I might have confused your argument with somebody else's because it was probably like close. But there's been a lot of people that were saying that there were going to be oh no, we're just going to steamroll them, no casualties. We don't know why you guys are tripping. And I'm just like, look, I'm not saying we're going to lose. I'm just saying you guys sound crazy trying to hype everybody up like there's going to be no casualties.
So that
I was wondering where that came from.
Yeah, that is a maybe I'm congruent in similar ways to that argument, because I am of the opinion that we're fucking big dog on the block until you prove us otherwise, and we don't fucking back down, we double down.
True.
And it's the same thing. You killed 3 of our people, okay, now we're going fucking harder.
As we should.
You did all that, and we fucking killed your fucking next to God, and we fucking toppled your government, and your whole fucking country's in turmoil now. Thank you very much. Maybe you should sit down and sign a deal next time instead of trying to keep your uranium for a deterrent. Look what that got you.
Well. And yo, Chad, what's going on?
Afternoon.
Hey, it's all good. So you got any comments to make?
I think, I definitely agree. Like, we have overwhelming, use of force that we can lay down on any country. But at the same time, we had body counts that we tried to,
mitigate.
Say that was the limit of our success in Vietnam. We killed, probably 500,000 suspected terrorists in Iraq. I don't think that either of those ended in a victory. My biggest question here, outside of the authorization of military forces, really, what's the second step in this equation of who's going to step it up in Iran and take over? That is, I think, the biggest blunder that was made here. You cut the head off, but who's going to step in? And I haven't heard an answer to that.
So
I'll be real with you. The Trump administration released. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Whoever wants to. The answer is whoever wants to. This idea that fucking we're fighting hydras and you cut off one head and 2 more pop up, that idea is a relic. It's not untrue, and there is credibility to it. However, when you expose yourself as willing to commit extreme violence in the face of that, it kind of makes people think twice. But when you expose yourself as we're going to put red line after red line after red line after red line in the sand and let you cross it and let you do whatever, then we're going to gut our military, and then this is going to be our response when you bomb our ships. That is what emboldens people to think that they're on the same level as us, and they're not. Let's call it what it is. We just went over there and fucked them up, and I'm even surprised on how the scope, breadth, and success of the operation, knowing what I know about the military. And it's like I can't see a world where we should not be exuding our force just because might makes right. But when there is something to stand up for, and when you accumulate the entire death toll of Americans at the hands of Iran, Iran should have been fucked up when they fucking helped the USS Cole. Iran should have been fucked up fucking any number of points in history when they fucked with us.
Iran should have gotten their butt whooped when they seized that American ship with all those service members under the Obama administration. If we just gonna keep the stack, that was actually cause for war.
We dropped the sun on Japan twice
for
attacking Pearl
we
Harbor.
do got some the new leader of Iran has been chosen. It looks like it's going to be Khomeini's son.
Stop calling yourself Reacts. At this point, you're a news station. Go ahead and do the rebranding. Just do the rebranding, bro.
You got to do the rebranding. You got to change the YouTube handle.
You do more breaking news than
you're actually doing breaking news. Yeah, you qualify as news.
And then not only that, you
at
do
this
a better
point,
job.
it's news.
You do a better job of CNN and Fox, honestly.
Hey, wow.
Now there is one thing
your panels are more diverse. You're more aggressive with your conversations. You say what people are thinking, and the people that come up here say what the other side is thinking. So at this point, it's a reacts channel in the sense that we're reacting to the news. But when you're breaking the news and then reacting to it, your primary job is breaking the news.
Yo, check it really quick because I think this is important and you need to get to it for the viewers. But listen, I'm the first one to say that Iran's a dirtball. My dad was hit by an IED in Iraq in 2005, which caused him to be disabled. So I'm on the top of the list. They were probably the ones behind it. I do not disagree with any of it. But what we're about to watch right now is showing that the leadership, the structure of Iran and their religious government is still intact. It's not just raise my hand and someone says, okay, I'm going to go in and take over against these guys. Like there is not an actual on the ground military force ready to go and take the fight to them. They are still very much capable.
We don't want a forever war. We don't want an Afghanistan.
Yeah.
We don't want a Vietnam. We don't want an Iraq. We want to show the world that if you fuck with us, if you fucking plant roadside bombs, there's consequences to it. Maybe not now, maybe not fucking, the same year, maybe not the same president, but there will be a price to pay. And when you're at the head of that, I see you as the same person that planted the roadside bomb that blew up your dad. I see them that way. That is why I am so unwavering, and that's why I took a very aggressive stance when I was like, when you sign up to join the military, you should know that is what you're signing up for.
You're signing up to kill people.
You're signing up to kill people.
Hey, listen, I want to talk to you about that, Monty, but I think we should get to this.
All right. Yeah, we'll carry on that discussion later on.
Yeah.
It is to Tehran. Here, let's go to this map here, and we're also going to pull a map up and put it on our wall behind us. But we're just going to have a look. Mojtaba Khamenei, likely Iran's new supreme leader. That's another big announcement coming out, and
Which
that's going to be formalized
son.
very soon. Mojtaba Khamenei, likely Iran's supreme leader. Let's bring in Akanksha once again and ask her a little bit about Mojtaba Khamenei.
Right.
Yes.
So, as we were discussing earlier, these are a host of names that were being discussed, and even say the probable successors. Mustafa Khomeini also happens to be part of the overall orthodoxy. As I said, it's not like you will see a regime change which will be heavily Western in its approach, as we had seen during the time of the monarch, who was very much in favor of the US. US, of course, has ensured that whatever regime changes happen are in the good books of the US, as we've seen in the case of Ahmad al-Sharia, who is the new Syrian president. Remember, he was somebody who was a terrorist, but the US deemed him fit. He's now the president of Syria. Look at the case in Venezuela. You have Delcy Rodriguez. Again, she's trying to keep the US administration happy. So the US also trying to find a middle ground over here, because they know the kind of power that the Islamic clergy also is wielding. So even as far as Mustafa Khomeini is concerned, this is going to be somebody who will be able to sort of do that balancing act between the IRGC, between the Islamic Council in Iran, and perhaps also be able to
Pause it
ensure
and go back a couple
the return
seconds
of democracy,
if you're able.
maybe, if
Hold
the
on.
US wants it.
Wait, say that again.
pause it, go back a couple seconds, and look at the little box where it says Khomeini. Go back like 10 seconds and then look at what it says. We're happy, says Iranians. I told you the Iranians do not like their government.
Bro, this is in another country. I mean, not in.
No, I know that, but I'm saying Iran.
I know bro, that's why they fled. We get that. The problem is that we're talking about the Iranians inside the country. Is there enough dissenters to overthrow the government?
This is them. I mean, sadly, they're a totalitarian regime, and they have consolidated all the power to the government, which is why it's important that Americans left, right, and center, American citizens, keep their Second Amendment, and they fight for everybody to keep their Second Amendment, because this is kind of where that'll lead to. But yes, they don't want, they are sick of the regime.
And everybody,
I get that, but how many people in Iran are honestly sick of the regime? Because that's what's going to decide if we can get these guys up out of here.
There's no way to tell.
The way
to tell.
is putting it is that we're going to knock them, we're going to hit them, take out the Ayatollah, and then we're going to leave it up to them.
It's like Chad said, there's no way to tell, especially when you have such an extreme power dynamic. And
but here's the thing, though.
If
Khomeini
my
gets
opinion,
replaced, hold on. If Khomeini gets replaced, then that means, well, these people are still okay with the government. There's still a decent amount, enough people would be okay with the government for these guys to even think about a successor.
Not necessarily, Set. If they've consolidated power, remember what I said about extremists. Extremists don't represent the majority of the religion, but they somehow always maintain power. It's like the radical leftists maintain power in the Democratic Party. The radical right-wing extremists fucking maintain most of the power in the Republican Party. It is the people that have the loudest and most aggressive messages that usually get to power. Everybody, I don't care. Like I said this with Venezuela.
Monty. I get what you're saying, and trust me, I do. But the problem is with Iran is that I believe we underestimate how much influence this guy actually had.
No, we were saying that.
We were saying that. Yeah. He has influence, and in spite of that influence, we will still go take him out. It's not about the Iranian people. I said that when this happened with Venezuela. I was like, it's nice and all that the Venezuelan people are happy. This is not about Venezuela and the Venezuelan people. This is not about the Iranian people. Trump is saying, hey, Iranian people, go take your country back, in hopes that the fucking theocracy falls. But we know that's not going to happen. We know that Delcy Rodriguez is going to stay in power. If not, there's going to be elections, and they're going to try to toe that line. But you see how they're towing the line? You see how they're trying to make compromises instead of just being radical extremists?
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, but the compromises didn't get them anywhere, right? They had everything on the table in those negotiations for their nuclear
they were biding time, Chad. You know they were biding time.
Oh, of course. I'm just saying. I'm saying from an Iranian standpoint, they're saying, listen, we can have the conversations about nuclear energy as well as the military application. And you know, they had their own red lines with the ballistic missiles, which, you know, for the record, I think is like totally understandable from an Iranian standpoint. But this is the underlying point, is that it is very short-sighted to take out the whole leadership cadre and not expect that the system itself is going to be retained. I don't have any faith really whatsoever that this is going to change the Iranian government calculus. I think it's going to make them more aggressive in the long term.
And they will learn. And here's the thing, right? So let's say you're right, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't think that they're just going to learn their lesson overnight. But eventually, if the power is if the boot is kept on their neck, they will stay in line. If they can fucking be a fucking cooperating world power, then that's great. If they don't want to be a cooperating world power, then we'll be right back there in 25 more years after fucking X, Y, and Z happens again, and we'll do the same thing.
But this whole Khomeini,
carrot and stick.
This whole Khomeini regime change, I mean, that's cool. I mean, you guys are selecting a new leader, but if the new leader has been bred and groomed, in worst case scenario, if his dad of all people dies, then this isn't really breaking news. This is kind of like, oh, could have seen that coming.
It's like Kim Jong-un naming his successor. We know it's going to happen, but we hope with that successor they'll fucking be more pro-Western. And you saw the difference between. Just look at the difference between Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un. He came in and he was all fucking ballistic, ready to go fucking do shit. Someone shows him fucking power, and he's like, "Oh, okay." And I'll do my thing and you do your thing. I'm not going to fuck with you. Notice how there haven't been fucking a whole shit ton of missile launches from fucking North Korea? They have nukes. That argument's brought up a whole lot. Oh, why don't we just go take out North Korea? Well, North Korea's not fucking threatening us anymore, are they?
I mean, they got nukes.
No.
They ain't got to threaten nobody no more.
Well, I don't know when they did their last ballistic missile test, but I will say this, that I think we were so effective in that initial strike because Iran, they never thought that we would, make a strike where not only we take out their supreme leader, but all of the direct succession individuals, like their foreign ministers and all that stuff, right? So what I think, though, as good as that is from a tactical standpoint, I think strategically that can cause even more questions, right? So Iran had at one point in time, probably, I'm sure, right, a direct line of succession and plan to say, if he's taken out, we're going to do X, Y, Z. All that's out the window. So to me, it's more of a Wild West game, because if they knew the son was going to replace Khomeini, they would have said that yesterday, right? So to me, it's like they don't know what the hell's going on. He's coming in
a power vacuum.
And it's an enormous risk.
I thought I heard that it was his son and his daughter-in-law that were also killed during the strike. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I heard that it was his son and his daughter-in-law were also there and were also killed during the attack.
And I think what I disagree with is that it's a tremendous risk. I think the risk and the problems have already shown themselves with this current the previous regime. We saw Iran is responsible for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of deaths through terrorism.
Yeah. Oh God, we got the death toll.
That is what we got.
We got the death toll coming in from the surrounding area. So right now in Iran, there's been confirmed 201 killed, 747 injured. Iraq, 2 killed, 5 injured. Israel, 9 killed, 121 injured. No, nothing's been reported out of Jordan or Saudi Arabia. Bahrain,
Seth, what
4
I'm talking
injured.
about.
Oh no, I'm just reading out the death toll.
Yeah,
I'm reading out.
I'm talking about the.
Oh, I know. I'm just giving an
operated.
update. I'm just giving an update right now. And Kuwait is 1 killed, 32 injured. Qatar, only 16 injured. UAE is 3 killed and 58 injured. And Oman, 5 injured.
Oh, let me jump in here with something. Notice how and I want y'all to take note of something. And when Pakistan got air incursion by India, there was a lot of death. When Venezuela got an air incursion by the United States, there was a lot of death. It's almost like Chinese-made BS doesn't work. You notice how when the United States
I wasn't going to say that.
You notice how when the United States is the one that is getting its air incurred, we're able to mitigate and severely reduce all those deaths down to injuries. Man, crazy. Almost like things made in the U.S. are things that are made with quality and are built for their purpose. And this goes into the other point that Monty and Chad, and I think even S.E.T touched on. And I'm going to just say it broadly. I was a part of that aperture of the U.S. military. We have a lot of muscle and firepower. If we started acting like any of these other countries, no one would be able to stop us, and we'd be called a crazy, radical, rogue state. But the thing is, we use it as responsibly as we can, depending on the administration, and we always hold back. And people forget, and even the U.S. citizens, I'm pretty sure even service members forget just how capable we actually are when there's something to be had.
As compared to our enemies.
Yeah. What were you saying, Toph?
I was going to say the other thing that, or one thing I kind of wanted to touch on is those that are worried about a draft. Before a draft even happens, if it comes down to needing people, they are going to start calling on those of us that weren't able to get in for small reasons, like unfortunately, I'm going to say, yeah, they're going to lower the standards. And they're going to raise the age, so people like me who wanted to get in but couldn't. But I'm almost 40, so I can't get in now. But I would be able to get in before a draft happens. And there's a whole hell of a lot of us that are still willing to go in for our country, to the point where I don't think a draft would even be needed.
Even in a time of war, and this is what I was touching on, and this is why I said what I said so heavily. When you sign up to the military, you absolutely write a check for your fucking life to be cashed at any time, and that is what makes you a hero. That is what, in my opinion, that is what if you're willing to do that. Because so here's the thing, having morals requires you to be able to be furious. If you do not have the capability of great violence and you're just timid, you're just weak. You're not virtuous, you're just weak. If you have the capability of great violence and you show restraint, that is what makes you a hero. That is what makes you fucking the strong man. That is what makes you fucking virtuous.
So
I'm gonna 1 second. Monty, that's where I disagree, is that when you sign that check, you do that understanding you're swearing an oath to the Constitution, and that's within the laws set forth, right? The way that we declare war and we react to imminent threats. No one signs that saying that you could be used anywhere in the world for whatever reason, i.e., shit, let's go invade Canada for nothing. Let's go to Eastern Europe. You can
we
draw
don't do
whatever.
It for nothing, though. We don't do it for nothing. Remember
But
the first part of what I said.
No. But that's what I'm saying, though. That's the point I'm making, Monty, is that there is a kind of expectation of this is the way that decisions are made, and we do have civilian leadership of our military for just that. Because if not, then it is a we could keep fighting and fighting and fighting, right? If the military says we're going to make the decision to go X, Y, and Z, that's the reason why we have those delimiters in place. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, I agree. I agree with that point, but I just disagree with the idea that fucking service members don't expect to go to war. Service members don't expect to fucking be a casualty, and it's not to cheapen it. It is actually to show reverence to them, that they fucking the people that died this weekend fucking died serving their country, and that should be honored, not pointed to as a fucking, oh my God, look, they died. Yeah, that's exact. I'm signing up to the fucking military right now. I've joined the military before, and I understand that going in, and I'm still willing to do it going in, and I'm willing to fucking serve at the behest of my fucking country, at the behest of fucking Congress and fucking the laws thereof.
So I want to say one more thing.
If I could just interject real quick, though, just real quick.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Jet. He says, "Y'all thinking the military played Bomb Iran song too?" Well,
oh my,
bro.
I mean,
shout out to Sid. Tove,
I wouldn't be surprised if a
for her
fucking bunch
country
of
in Iran.
sailors
I didn't
were
know
playing
she
it.
was Israeli. Oh wow.
Oh my God.
Sid,
Hold on, let me get in here with this to double down on what Tove said, to explain it for those who are worried about a draft. Number one, the first people that here's how that succession works. One, you have active duty. Once the active duty starts getting low, then they send in the reserve component. Once the
Which we
reserve
have about 5 million IRR. FYI.
No, these are the way it's explained to me, even through the VA, they're separate. So you have active reserve components. These are the people that have to go to drill. We call them weekend warriors. Your IRR, or your inactive ready reserve, like you were talking about, this is the status of people like me, people like you, even right now, Monty, and anybody else who has served in the military. Once there is a sufficient amount of people, mind you, there's 5 million people in inactive ready reserves. Once 5 million of those people get cut in half, then they start lowering their requirements. Once they start lowering their requirements and those people start getting put through the wood chipper, then you get to the point of a draft. The only reason why a draft happened during the Vietnam era was because they didn't have those methods in place. They didn't have a sufficient reserve component. They didn't have inactive ready reserved. So
and the reason we had to lower our standards after 2001 was because fucking, in order to balance a budget, the Democrats thought it would be a good idea to cut 1/3 of the military down.
Yeah.
And get rid of IRR, not get rid of it, but do BRAC, base relocation and closure, or realignment and closure, and all of those things that weaken us, and get rid of things like that make it so that you don't have a draft. We were, if Iraq would have been fucking any slower, and I don't mean fucking the 20-year war, I mean the actual invasion of Baghdad and the overthrowing of Saddam. If that would have taken any longer and it would have been any more of a meat grinder, we would have started fucking tapping into fucking selective service, which is
but at a strategic point, they were, they didn't want to do that because the powers that be wanted to, keep us there, obviously, right? So this is just really quickly here. I think the whole draft conversation is kind of irrelevant right now because there's no assets currently anywhere close with ground troops. Like that's something very easily you could see from like open source information, and that's just like they aren't anywhere close. But listen, a bridge to cross if we start seeing those forces get drawn up.
Okay, it has been confirmed that oil tankers are being attacked in the Strait of Hormuz.
Told you.
Yeah.
Now,
everybody, I just wanted to say real quick, don't forget about the stop loss. Go watch the movie with Justin Timberlake. Bye.
Okay. So, did she bail? Oh, wow. She bailed out. That's kind of a dynamic. Yeah. So don't forget, like I said, y'all need to be on the lookout for if they mine the straits. That's something that people be forgetting. The same thing goes for the Taiwan Strait. Same thing goes for the Straits of Malacca. All in the Red Sea, because technically that's a strait. All of these different straits, y'all need to be paying attention to if they're mined, because that's what the insurance company, those are what the captain of the ships are looking for. And once that happens, everything grinds to a stop. And then it has to be a war because you have to clear it and then attack the country who set that up.
But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and play the video real quick.
Okay.
Maritime Security Center says an oil tanker has been attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, injuring 4 crew. All 20 people on board were evacuated. Meanwhile, in another incident reported north of the capital, Muscat, an unknown projectile is said to have struck a vessel. There have also been Iranian drone strikes on Oman, which had been mediating indirect talks between Tehran and Washington. 2 drones hit Oman's commercial port of Doham. One of them struck a mobile home for workers, injuring 1 person. And Qatar's foreign ministry has condemned the attack on Oman, saying in a statement, the state of Qatar expresses its strong condemnation of the Iranian attacks that targeted the commercial Doham port in the sisterly Sultanate of Oman and an oil tanker off its coast, considering them a violation of the Sultanate's sovereignty, an unacceptable escalation and a cowardly targeting of a country playing an active role in mediation efforts. So, Zain, Qatar denouncing the attack very strongly there. What can we expect going forward in the region?
Well, the GCC countries are certainly closing ranks. The foreign ministers of those countries had a video conference call today as well to discuss de-escalation, to discuss how to bring stability back, and crucially to discuss the very important commercial and transport waterways, not just the Strait of Hormuz, but in the Arabian Sea and in the Gulf. Now, Iran has said in the past that if it is attacked, it will choke the Strait of Hormuz. That is what we are seeing and beginning to do now. It is also said that despite the fact that these countries in the GCC, that its neighboring countries are its close neighbors, are its partners in the region, what it continues to say is that as long as you host the United States assets, military bases, cooperate militarily with the United States, that they will consider those assets, those bases, those locations as sovereign U.S. targets that are fair game if Iran is attacked. And that is what we've been seeing. Oman was spared the beginning of this retaliation by Iran on day one yesterday. But Oman has in the past cooperated with the United States. It does have cooperation agreements for the U.S. military to use its bases and airports and airstrips. So what we are seeing now is that Iran is beginning to target Oman as well. It was the only country in the GCC yesterday that hadn't been struck on day one of Iran's retaliation after it was attacked. But we are seeing Oman being brought into the fray now as well.
Zain, thank you very much indeed. That's Zain Basrawi talking to us there.
I mean, shoot, Oman suffered their first strike ever. And then, I mean, shoot, Iran broke a record and became like, what was it? The first country within, what, a day or two to hit 11 countries?
So I got some breaking news. It says the regime in Iran has now confessed that the RGC had mistakenly bombed an Iranian school yesterday, killing many children.
And where is your source on that one?
Yeah, it's coming off of X.
Bro, like that's been the fight on X all day. There's been two sides. One that says that Iran struck it, and the other side that says that no, Iran didn't strike it. Actually, if you look at the time frames, it's impossible for Iran to strike it. Because during that time frame, there was a strike going on in Iran. Remember, Iran was caught off guard by the strikes. And that's when the school was struck. And when Iran retaliated back, it was like hours after the school was already struck.
Monty wants back in.
Hey, I just I want to ask you guys.
Before you go down that, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I wanted to say something. That this is remember what I was saying. This was not a missile barrage sent by Iran at a target. This was a interceptor, and this I promise you this is going to come out. I know you want your sources. Just wait, they will be there. This was Iran trying to intercept U.S. Tomahawk missiles that were going towards the base, and they fucking malfunctioned the same way our old Patriots used to malfunction and fly straight into the ground. That is what happened. It is not, and I don't have sources on it. That is just a knowledge of missiles and missile interception systems. That is
But the sources that do claim it is overwhelming. I mean, we got sources out of Iran, sources throughout the Middle East, and sources in America that are all saying the same thing. So that's what I'm saying. Like when the sources are against you guys, all you can do is really wait for it to come out. Now, Monty, you're saying wait for it to come out. I can get down with that.
Yeah,
but I cannot take that as a fact when all sources go against it.
So here's the thing with that. We even seen in that one video from the American invasion of Venezuela, or really 20-minute war.
Yeah, that's true.
Where that missile flew up and then came back down on its own footprint. We even seen that in Pakistan when they were fighting with India. So that could also be the case, especially considering you did say that the base was right next to like a school or whatever.
600 yards away.
Yeah, 600 yards away. That's basically on the footprint of a missile. And
so can I give you a little bit of rocket knowledge set? So Iran uses solid fuel core rockets, which are historically they're not unusable because they obviously fucking work. But when we have I got to be very careful. The countermeasures on our countermeasures are very, very good. And if there's any blame to be had on the U.S., it is that our countermeasures did not realign the unreliable missiles back to their target well enough. And that is all I'm going to say about that.
Bro, like I said, the sources are against you guys on that one. It says it was a strike. There was no type of interception missile or anything like that. It was just a strike on a girls' school. Like I said, it could have been a mistake because there was a military base in the area, but Bricks,
and that's what I'm saying.
CNN, AP, Wall Street Journal. I mean, It's like I said, we gotta wait until the update comes out. Otherwise,
and this is where I'll hang my reputation on this. If we struck that school, it was on purpose.
Whoa! I mean,
it was not an accident. No,
But there's
seriously.
a military base next to it. But all right.
We don't miss by 600 yards. We miss by 6 yards.
I mean,
yeah, we do surgical strikes. We don't do
remember, it was
area
us
of
and
effect.
Israel. So
No, we
I mean,
shut. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it might have been Israel, but you also need to remember we sold Israel our Hellfire missiles, a missile that literally flew over what was it, like 200 miles away off of an MQ-29 Reaper drone into somebody's apartment building with such deadly precision they had to reassemble his body to get proper identification.
They sent remember when we were talking in the chat and I was like, they sent a missile up somebody's ass. That's the one I'm talking about, and that's why I'm saying I will, if there's US fucking tail fins in that school, I am not going to accept that it was an accident.
Yeah. It can't be, especially with it being 600 yards away. Then you have to start looking at the possibility of what is the satellite imagery say, what is the data say, and ultimately this is going to be one of those grounds that I was telling you about earlier in the live set, where it's going to be our word versus theirs, and they're going to use every angle they can, including using some of the protesters' bodies that they have killed to make it seem like we're just out here hitting anything and everything that moves.
Iran does
but
this.
They got the pictures of the dead little girls' bodies, bro.
Yes.
This ain't that.
Iran does this though, Set. They'll fuck
So
up.
they killed a bunch of little girls and put them in
No. They didn't do it on purpose. Iran did not do it on purpose. Iran does this thing where they fuck up and a missile hits and they'll try to say somebody else did it. And then later on they'll walk it back and be like, oh, actually it was our targeting system. Whatever. After the fucking propaganda machine has already spun.
Okay,
they'll use
now,
it to their advantage.
How long y'all giving it then until this has been debunked then? How long y'all
I don't know. But it will. Just wait. I want my cookie. I want my cookie when I'm right.
All right, bro. I know what I will mark you right here if this gets debunked. But right now, everybody's saying that no, this was a strike on the school done by either Israel or the United States.
And
They said Iran also said that they were going to sink all of our aircraft carriers.
This is the same country that lied about sinking the Eisenhower
look,
when I had
you guys
eyes
can
on
sit
it.
there and throw as much doubt as you want to, but I mean, the only people it's coming from their country, and all the other surrounding organizations are corroborating.
It's coming from state
so
media.
We do have to wait until you guys are vindicated, because at this point,
yeah, we do.
You guys are sounding crazy.
I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to wait.
Monty, you know what? I'm gonna add to Monty's. I want 2 cookies, physical cookies, not no hypotheticals. Set, you gotta mail them to my address,
bro.
Whatever.
But look,
I
hopefully
think you'll be bringing a bunch of cookies.
because here's the thing. Me and Monty, you said the same thing with Venezuela. You said the same thing with Iran, bro. We about to.
Whoa! I was right about that. If that's the case.
No,
because
you
we
weren't.
went in there talking about blowing up
their
their missiles. We obliterated, and now we're right back, going right after their.
We didn't blow up their missiles.
Nukes.
We blew up their We blew up their warheads.
We blew up their nukes. Now we're going right back for it. So in a way, I guess I was kind of right.
We told you.
I said that it don't seem like you destroyed it.
We told you what it's gonna be like for the invasion, and Monty was like, "It's not gonna be hard," and you were like, "They might put up a fight," and then I said, "They're gonna go in with their our air superiority. We're gonna level everything."
They did put up a fight, just not a good one.
What fight? That was a bitch smack. They just sit there.
And didn't the soldier get hurt? Obviously, a fight was put up.
Absolutely, no
I think it was horrible that the school. I think it was horrible that the school was struck, and I don't think we're gonna get any proof onto this for quite some time. But my hot take is that whether it's a U.S. Weapon, Israeli, or Iranian, it shouldn't happen to begin with. Setting that aside, this is a question I wanted to ask everyone. I'm sorry to kind of pivot away from that. Is that going through a thought experiment, right? And like wargaming this. We understand what our goals are, what Trump has articulated, right? Regime change, essentially.
Yeah.
Put yourself in the shoes of Khomeini's son, who's now the leader. I want to
It's
ask the
not
panel
Khomeini's
this.
son.
Like, I thought they said it was Khomeini's son, but
Khomeini's son's dead. It's somebody else.
Khomeini's son?
Yeah.
no, they said it was
Nah.
no, one of his sons got killed, but his other son is the one.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
okay.
It's not the successor that they groomed. My bad.
Yes,
Sorry.
exactly.
Go ahead.
Okay, so step all that, putting all that aside. What's your next moves as Iran, right? I've got like my ideas of like what they can do, because I think right now, right, is like all they need to do is survive and put enough damage on Middle Eastern powers, European powers, and the U.S. to make this an unsustainable war. But I want to turn over to you guys, like from a tactical, strategic position. You're in the position of the leadership in Iran. Your sovereignty has been violated. All of your highest level military leaders have been taken out. What's the play?
The play is make a whole bunch of threats. When this all cools down, you try to run back with your tail between your legs like they've done every other time we've done this.
I mean,
to
come
them.
on, Monty. Come on. But all right, if I was to take it, if I'll take it seriously, I'm gonna take it seriously. If I was them, then I would have to actually I'll probably stop bombing the surrounding countries and probably start doing some type of cooperation with them, or try to extend
I don't mean
the
to
hand,
cut
'cause I'm
you
gonna
off,
need as
but
much
we
help
know
as possible. But
We're talking about tactical. They're choosing violence.
We know who his
Monty.
Wait,
you
wait.
already gave your answer.
Wait, we know who the it's not his son. It's not his son that's the leader.
Who is it?
It is the current president, I guess you could say.
No, I said three council. Yeah, it's a three council thing going on involving the president, his son, and the Chief Justice Ghulam Husseini Mosley. Bro, what in the type of name is this?
All right, I'm going to tell you guys what I would do.
Prezakini.
Yeah,
head of the jurisdiction.
What I would do is use my really low cost drones and missiles to hit every single refinery possible in the Middle East, because that is going to hurt the pockets of every single country in the Middle East that profits from oil exporting, and it will crumble Europe's ability to have any type of fuel. They don't have anything coming from Russia right now. Everything they get comes from the Middle East through the Suez. That is the most strategic, strategically successful plan that they could do, because that does real harm to Americans' pocketbooks. Same thing for everyone in the Middle East and Europe, and that makes it an unpopular war, which will have political costs here in the U.S. That's
So what you're saying is that if they can hold on to that closure of the Strait of Hormuz, it works out better for them.
So
they just need to bury themselves into a mountain and don't allow anything in the Straits of Hormuz, plus all the refinery capabilities.
What I would do,
I think it's a simple arithmetic for them.
Wait, what I would do, Chad, to answer your question,
If they can pull it off.
To answer your question, Chad, what I would do if I was them is the first thing I would do is I would send out some ships to mine the Gulf of Aden, and I would mine the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz all the way around the bend by the UAE. Then I would send drones to hit all of the low pressure natural gas refineries that are close toward the mouth of the UAE, and I would specifically strike the refineries in Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait, because a lot of people seem to think that it comes from Saudi Arabia, and it doesn't. Majority of that stuff comes from the places I just named, and by mining it out, nobody can pass in, nobody can pass out. And then I would mine the Gulf of Oman, because you restrict access coming from the Red Sea. Even if you were to go around the Horn of Africa, you can't get in. It is completely shut off. And so by inflicting casualties that way, not only do you seize up world trade and you create a major blockage, you have a degree of power for the long term. We're not talking about like 5 years. Remember what I said, I used to be a mineman. Mining a straight out takes months to clear. And for every month that it takes to clear, that's like 6 months worth of trade going down the toilet. So if I wanted to inflict some damage, that's how I would do it.
We also sunk all of their boats in port, for the record. That was part of the 900 strikes that we did.
Yeah, I'm not sure of what current capabilities I have, and obviously that's like the most important part of that calculus. But I think the point being is that, what we just talked about is that the door is certainly open for things that Iran has the liberty of making decisions on that we cannot necessarily control fully. So that's where I think we have to understand they don't really have to do too much to stay into this fight. That I think is the underlying point.
You're highlighting basically international trade guerrilla warfare, and that is the only key that they have right now. And I promise you, they're wargaming how to take that away from them as well.
One thing you guys also seem to probably, they still have sleeper cells still here in America and probably over in Israel. They
I don't know about that one. I'm pretty sure Israel got sleeper cells in Iran.
So yeah, but I was just thinking about that question on the possibility of having sleeper cells. Not only would I do the strikes? I'm sorry, I hate talking sometimes. What Chad was saying, but I would also activate probably a third of sleeper cells if there are still some here in America, and do pointed attacks near or around places like Jeep that build military assets. Wouldn't go after government buildings. I would go after the places that control or build our military assets.
Yeah, I think to Tov's point, two things is one, I have heard some analysis by Cappy that some of the strike in Mexico against New Jalisco to take out their leader was actually a table setting for this strike in Iran, so that they couldn't be used as a proxy if Iran wanted to call upon them to even strike the southern United States, that being Iran. So that's an interesting point, kind of relating to the sleeper cells. Second, and I think more broadly, is we have to understand that Khomeini was not just a government leader, he's a religious cleric, very important to many Shia Muslims. And whether you need a sleeper cell or not, we saw the U.S. Embassy under siege in Pakistan. And Iraq. It's just emblematic of the sectarian warfare that took place in Iraq in the early 2000s. We've opened up that valve yet again.
Which is kind of interesting that it happened in Pakistan right now, because they are currently in a war, or they've currently got conflict going on with Afghanistan, and they've been basically blowing each other up with airstrikes and a whole bunch of stuff for the last, I think, month or so, maybe longer.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Tove.
Well,
I know.
Well, what I'm saying, Tove, is that I think that highlights exactly what you're saying, almost like not sleeper cells, but it's the fact that there's the official government line where in Pakistan right now they're going after Afghanistan, but there are people of religious beliefs separately and outside of the government that are willing to go toe to toe onto this. That's the simple fact of the matter.
Those are the people that Israel fucking warns about all day long, saying, "Oh, they'll commit war over religion." That is to the extent that Israel is right about that. But in effectiveness, it's going to be very, very guerrilla, and not that that's not going to be effective against us or have effect on us, but I promise you, no matter what you think about the president, no matter what you think about our government, they are not so stupid that they haven't already at least thought about this.
No, I mean you're 100% right, Monty. I mean this is the job of the military is to inform the president. Listen, if you make these actions, these are the possible results, right? But I think it's just like what we've been talking through for the past 10 or 15 minutes since I posed this question, you guys, is that there's many tentacles to this. It's not just as simple as we're going to put someone else in Iran and hopefully they're the leader. There's so much to these actions that I think like all Americans really need to consider.
They're not just going to go down without a fight, and like to assume that about your enemy is to lose the battle. If you don't respect your enemy, you will lose. So you have to approach any kind of kinetic force with that understanding that if you don't fucking toe the line and stay within your capabilities and stay within your protections, you are vulnerable.
All righty. Oh, well, let's see here. We do got some stuff coming out. Yo, gaming. Check this out and see if you can cooperate as well. But it's saying that the Iran's IRG says about 560 U.S. troops were wounded in retaliatory strikes.
All right, I got you.
All right, cool. Because going up all over for some reason. Popping up all up on my X feed.
How the hell does Iran know that?
That's what I'm
They don't even. They can't even watch TV right now.
Everybody got intelligence.
Yeah, people don't have the right intelligence.
They ain't got that Mossad intelligence.
Leader is Iran's highest authority. He's chosen by the Assembly of Experts. That's 88 clerics who are elected by the public every 8 years. There's always been much speculation over who the next supreme leader might be. Ayatollah Khamenei himself was a surprise choice and not one of the frontrunners at the time. Now he needs to be replaced. Here are some of the potential candidates. Mujtaba Khamenei is Ayatollah Khamenei's second eldest son. While he holds no formal position, he wields immense influence. He was a top aide to his father and said to have strong ties to the Revolutionary Guard. But he would be a controversial choice, seen as a hereditary handover. Alireza Arafi is the director of Iran's religious seminaries. And Friday...
Yeah, this is who's part of the, the three-party command of Iran right now. He's one of them.
Prayer leader of Qom, the country's seminary capital. Khamenei had repeatedly appointed him to senior positions. Mohammad Mahdi Moghareri is a ultra-hardline cleric and key figure in the front of Islamic Revolution stability political groups. Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejei is also a potential candidate. He's been Iran's chief justice since 2021. And finally, Hassan Khamenei, the grandson of Ayatollah Khamenei, the first supreme leader. He's a reformist and a prominent political figure in Iran.
So those are our options. These are the 5 options right here. I mean, So I guess, Chad, you kind of had a point. If they got 5 options right here, we'd have to take out all 5 of these guys plus the IRGC to actually get an actual regime change. All right. Here.
And a prominent political figure in Iran. Well, Al Jazeera's correspondent Rachel Suda
I
has
looked it
reported
up for you.
extensively from
According to Iranian state media, they're saying that some significant casualties. There were significant casualties on the American-Israeli side, but according to Washington Post, CBS, MSNBC, USA Today, the Journalistic Post, The Guardian, as far as we know, there are anywhere from 3 to 5 confirmed KIAs.
Fantastic. Okay, good.
And this is all the way from 22 hours ago to 16 minutes ago.
All right, good. Because, man, what was it? People like RT News and all this good stuff keep saying that, our Iranians are reporting 560 killed. And I'm like, come on now. Ain't no way. Like, bro, we just got word in on the 3 that died. Word in on the 3 that died and 5 that were seriously wounded. And we already know Trump is going to get hell over that.
Yeah.
Well, and for security reasons, they're not going to tell you where that happened. But the other thing is, guys, is like, you know, in the age of internet, we see everything pop up and we're like, oh, you know, this is most up-to-date news. I mean, it very well could. I certainly don't want it to be the truth, but you know, it does take time for those things to happen, and like to have those communications come out, they need it to be well crafted. So I mean, I'm still
okay. So let
needing
me
to wait, you know.
So let me give you this from the United States CENTCOM. This is Central Command State, Fifth Fleet, essentially, if you want to look at it that way. According to U.S. CENTCOM Eastern Time, as of 09:30 a.m. Eastern Time, March 1st, 3 U.S. service members have been killed in the action and 5 are seriously wounded as part of Operation Epic Fury. So from U.S. Central Command, 3 killed, 5 injured. So that's a crock of BS, what they were saying.
All right, good. Well, all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it on this one. I'll be back later on as the news comes in. So don't worry, we'll be right back.
Will you really? You say that every day.
I mean, you never know, bro. You're just
making
never
me
know.
feel
I like to
like
surprise people.
You're making me feel like this girl that's waiting on that guy to call her back, but whole time homeboy out there sticking and moving, bro. You keep saying you're gonna call back and you never do. What the hell is that?
Yeah,
We'll all be waiting by our phones.
Right.
I would attempt to come back on as the news comes out because
That
I already
sounds
know.
That
as
sounds
soon as
like
we log off, more shit's gonna pop off.
That sounds like, yeah, I'm gonna attempt to text you back even though I left you on red.
Like, bro, I could have left my phone somewhere. Like, man, come on, show some understanding.
Understanding?
You always leaving your phone somewhere.
Well, you didn't leave your phone nowhere if I'm seeing you actively share reels, bro. Come on now.
What you mean? I could do that from my computer and not be near my phone.
You can still go live.
Well,
okay.
Exactly. If you're on your computer, you can still go live.
All right. Enough grilling of S.E.T. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
All right.
Bro, Chase, bro. Really, brother? This said we'll see you in 2 days at 4 a.m. Like, bruh. All right. Whatever, guys. I appreciate you guys and all that good stuff, even though y'all being a dick right now, but it's all good.
We give you crap because we love you.
Hey, man, I love y'all too. But all right, guys, I'm gonna head out on this one, guys. I appreciate the support. Make sure you double tap the screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe to my man Gaming on his channel at the Original Backyard Gamer, and my man Monty, if you like what he was saying, at Mr. Paramedic. All right, guys, we're out on this one. We're gonna end it from a word from our partner, Kalshi. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use S.E.T Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is S.E.T from S.E.T Media, and shout out to Kalshi.
All right, I'm out.